Commissioner Bird's going to be appearing by Zoom today, so. And is she muted on there? And Galen, we can't hear you quite yet. If you can, I don't know if you're on mute on your computer or not. Or if we get your picture back, we just give it a thumbs up if you can hear us. While we're waiting for that, Commissioner Brokaw. Here. Commissioner Ladwig.
Here.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Here.
Commissioner Linval.
Here.
And I'm
Is that better?
Okay. We welcome you.
Hey, I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. We're just gonna go on to, how's everything going, Commissioner Byrd?
So far, so good. Power's
Oh, good.
out. So that threw a few wrenches and things this morning, but I have a generator going, so I'm hoping this will work.
Okay, and that's, I remind you every time, we'll look for you on the things, if you raise your hand or something, or just chime in when you need to, okay?
Okay. And I guess you can see Sherry commented to me earlier, I might need to leave my computer muted or you might get a lot of static. So I don't know how it's going.
It's going good. There's no static, so just if you, when you're not saying anything, just mute it and we'll be great, I think.
Perfect. Thanks. How's
Okay.
everyone?
Good, everybody's doing well.
It's an award. It's a national level award. All 50 states have the opportunity to nominate private landowners from their state. And Albert was selected this last year by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency. So quite an honor. And I do want to spend a little time here talking about why the department certainly believes that Albert is so deserving of this award. For those of you who don't know Albert, most of you do, but if you don't, he's a longtime family, runs a longtime family ranch operation up in the Green River Valley near Pinedale and Daniel, Wyoming. He's the third generation of Summers that have been on this ranch. It started in the early 1900s, I think 1907. And it's just an incredible place. It looks the same as it did back in the early 1900s when his forefathers bought the ranch and began their operation there. It's a mixture of deeded ground, and then he also is a cooperator with many other local producers in large grazing allotments, one of the largest, I think the largest public lands grazing allotment in the country, in the upper Green River, where he and several of his neighbors in the Green River Cattlemen's Association spend a good time, part of their year up on the national forest. The home place where Albert lives and where the headquarters for his ranch is located is right down on the Green River. Just a really beautiful place that has tremendous conservation values. A long time ago. Now I can't believe we're saying that. It doesn't seem like it's that long ago, but Albert really, his vision for the future for his place was to make sure that it was never subdivided. And he was a part of a large project with the Summers Grindstone Conservation Easement Project, where his ranch was placed into a perpetual easement to preserve those values, both for ranching and for wildlife, and really for the historical and cultural values. Some other things that I think are really important is that this particular ranch sits in a place where, in the middle of Sublette County, where the diversity of wildlife is really, as I've noted, is really important, but also there's a lot of critters that move in and out and through his ranch through all throughout the year. There's moose that use his place and that move up and down the river there. It's right in the middle at an intersection with migration corridors for both mule deer and pronghorn. And the value of this place being conserved in the way it is really important. He's a previous recipient of the commission and the department's landowner of the year for all of his work in the past, not only on the easement, but just his work on a daily basis with the department. And I want to talk a lot about that. He's provided significant public fishing access on his stretch of the river. He works with our biologists to help manage that fishery and allows access whenever we need it to go in and do work in and around his ranch. He has worked very closely with the department over a number of years with probably the most significant large carnivore domestic livestock conflict situation we have in the state, maybe in the country, in the Upper Green River. The livestock conflict with large carnivores started back at a significant level in the late 1990s, early 2000s. And without Albert's help and his neighbors' help, we wouldn't have been successful, I think, in mitigating those conflicts to a level that still makes it possible for those folks to continue to ranch and for us to continue to have an endangered species and then another species that was recently endangered present there in their grazing allotment. Albert's worked with the department on a multitude of different issues, brucellosis. He was originally, he's one of the original members of the brucellosis coordination team that has invested a lot of time in trying to figure out again how to mitigate a lot of conflicts between wildlife and domestic livestock. He served on numerous boards across our state to try to help our state solve some of our toughest problems. He was instrumental. I mean, this just speaks to his character in going out and asking for there to be a structured, formatted monitoring program on their allotment to make sure that they were transparent in the way that they were using that, and that what they had, they've always made it part of their ethic to ensure that they treat those lands as they would their own. And Albert wanted to make sure that somebody else could come in and look at that and corroborate what those folks had been trying to do for so long. I could talk a long time about the great things that Albert and his family on their ranch have done for conservation, but I think it's important to talk about all the different groups that Albert has served on. So he's currently serving on the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force. I mentioned the brucellosis coordination team, Colorado River Basin Working Group, Tri-Governor Committee on the review of the Yellowstone Grizzly Bear Conservation Strategy, Green River Basin Sage Grouse Working Group, and the Rock Springs BLM District Multiple Use Advisory Group. He's a member of the Sublette County Invasive Species Task Force. He's a past member of the Wyoming Livestock Board, and he's currently the president of the Green River Cattlemen's Association and the Upper Green River Cattlemen's Association. Numerous awards, like I said, Landowner of the Year, the Wyoming Leopold Conservation Award, Outstanding Contribution to Sage Grouse Initiative Award. His nomination here today was endorsed by a lot of folks, across our department, but also groups outside the department, like Wyoming Stock Growers Association, the Wyoming Association of Conservation Districts, Muley Fanatics Foundation. All of those were folks that felt strongly and formally supported his nomination for this. On a personal level, I'll tell you that Albert's been a mentor of mine for many, many years. I had the good fortune of serving as a game warden in the area where Albert ranches and got to know him a long time ago. But actually, our work has been a lot more rich for me after I left there and dealing with some of the large policy issues that our state faces on a regular basis with regards to our natural resources. You never, ever have to worry about knowing or wondering what's on Albert's mind, because when you ask him, he's going to tell you. He's very straightforward, honest as the day is long, and is never shy about sharing his perspective. And it always has some level of thoughtfulness or pragmatism that you didn't necessarily identify when you first looked at the problem. So I'm going to ask Albert to come up here. He's very uncomfortable with having somebody brag about him in public, but I asked him very nicely to please come, because I felt like it's important, just in the interest of our state and in conservation and ranching, to recognize somebody who's given so much to our state. Come on up here, Albert. Thank you, sir.
politician, I got to clear my throat. First of all, I want to thank the department for this award and the commission for this award. The work you all do is incredibly important to who we are in Wyoming. And so by getting an award from you guys, it makes me choked up, right? Because what you do is so important. And I think the one takeaway I've learned in my life about conservation is not preservation. Conservation is not having people on the landscape. What conservation is that kind of that remarkable dance we do to preserve all of those entities that are on the landscape. So whether it's ranching, whether it's even oil and gas, whether it's coal, whether it's wildlife, it's that dance, right? And it's really an opportunity for us to shine. And at times it's a struggle, but at the same time, it's something worthwhile. Wyoming without its wildlife would be like Wyoming without its cattle, even more so, without its mountains, without its desert. And so I think it's important that we continue down this path of thoughtful conservation. And I certainly will continue to be a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And members, on behalf of the commission, it's since my time on the commission, your name has always been on top of the list. Everybody, I mean, you are what everybody should aspire to be when it comes to conservation and wildlife and stuff. And I just want to thank you from myself and the commission that sure appreciate you. You know, you read the letters that were nominating you, and these were letters that were heartfelt. They weren't the regular standard letters that people just write, say, oh, we want this person to do. These people really, really thought you deserved this. So we appreciate that. So thank you. Yep. Next, I need to go into the minutes of the October meeting. It's my understanding that we did have an amended and some amended. So I don't know if everybody had a chance to read the amended minutes from the last meeting. But they were just slightly amended, just a few, really no relevance, just a few little things on it. So would everybody waive the reading of the minutes, or with nobody needing the minutes read, then I'm going to ask if we want to approve the minutes from the October 28th meeting. All those in favor? Well, now first I need a motion for it.
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Doobie moved it. Commissioner Jolovich seconded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the minutes are approved and the amended minutes are approved. Next, we'll go to the director's report.
Thank you again, Mr. President, members of the commission. So I wanted to start by introducing a new member of the director's office team. So Amanda Roberts is here with us today. Amanda was a member in the fiscal division, has worked for the department for quite some time, but she came and filled the role that Laura Service had previously. Laura, as you all may remember, her husband got a job in another place and she left. And so Amanda filled in behind her, and she'll be working with Sherry and the rest of us to do all the work that we do every day. Welcome aboard, Amanda. We're glad to have you. Couple things I had today, not too much. First of all, you're going to get an update a little later from Chief Osterland on the situation with AIS and Keyhole and Glendale reservoirs, but I did want to take an opportunity in front of the commission to thank our field folks from the wildlife and fish divisions who really reacted well to a very unplanned situation with zebra mussels being discovered 27 miles from our border. They had to put in place some some things that people didn't really like. It wasn't very convenient, and it was pretty last minute, but we needed to do that to protect the waters of our state. And I really appreciate those folks that did that work and were thoughtful in how they did it, listened to the public complaints, and helped folks understand why it was so important. As many of you have heard, we're not done with hunting season, but we're probably over the hump from the peak of the season. It was, what I heard from across the state is it was a little tough because we had such a mild fall, and success might have been a little lower in some parts of the state. But again, I'm always impressed at the number of phone calls, emails, communications that I and others in the senior leadership team receive every year during hunting season about the interactions our folks have in the field. And I did want to take this opportunity to thank them as well, because once again, they've done a great job in that time of the year when they have a lot of opportunity to interact with the public. We continue to work on looking and evaluating at what a lot of new federal programs coming our way are going to mean for wildlife conservation. As I've mentioned before, we've got some tremendous opportunity. We also have some tremendous challenge, because I'm concerned right now about our capacity to be able to put a lot of new work on the ground that's going to become available to us with a lot of new money. So the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is not passed yet, but it stands to pass potentially in December. It's probably in the neighborhood of $16 to $20 million a year to be focused on species of greatest conservation need. It's a Pittman-Robertson similar kind of a federal act that has no sunset. It would be just like Pittman-Robertson, Wallet-Bro, Dingle-Johnson, something that would last perpetually. We've recently had the opportunity to in a much more formal way put the pilot project that I've talked to you about before with the Department of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Agriculture, in place. The governor and I went out and they signed a memorandum of understanding between the Secretary of Ag and our governor to use Wyoming as a pilot area to do a lot of good conservation work, focusing with the priority and migration corridor areas, the 3 identified ones, and then also some of the drainages west of Cody. But these programs are eligible across the state. Those under this pilot will just have higher points when they get ranked, but it's a significant amount of new money, and Wyoming is right now the sole recipient of that. We're working hard to put that on the ground, and I think you'll hear more about that from the Wildlife Fund. The Inflation Reduction Act has several different programs identified in it that are focused on conservation. We don't know what all that means yet. They're still specifically crossing money from the infrastructure law that was passed last summer that has the potential to come our way, and then the America the Beautiful Challenge grants, and we just were the recipient of one of those that's focused on a fencing project that we submitted. So lots of opportunity, but also some challenge that comes with it. And I've continued to look for ways that we can find capacity to be able to do all that good work on the ground. Quick update on Sweetwater Rocks Bighorn sheep. We've continued to work. This has become quite concerning for some folks, concerning for threats to grazing permits and threats to kind of the normal agricultural practices that are going on right now in that part of the world. We've identified a lot of different paths to try to find some assurances that are durable for those folks. And we've just recently met, we had a wild domestic sheep interaction working group meeting last week and identified 3 things that we're going to focus on here in the near term to try to get this thing across the finish line. The reality is that regardless of any kind of a transplant, our indications are right now is that the Seminole herd sheep are moving very, very close to the Sweetwater Rocks if they're not there already. And there'll be, if they cross the highway, they will be on deeded and BLM lands from deeded ground that's deeded to the folks that proposed that we put sheep in this area. Again, this is one of the very complex challenges that most folks agree it's good to have more wild sheep on the ground, but it comes with some concerns for some folks. So we're still trying to work through that. Last thing I had is We unfortunately recently discovered brucellosis in an elk in the Bighorns. It was in a bull near, I believe it was near Hyattville. It was a harvested elk that a hunter submitted the sample. We had gone since 2016 without any positives. Between 2012 and 2016, we had a handful, and then it stopped. And so anyway, we'll be now with this new positive, we will be redoubling our efforts in the Bighorns this next year to sample hunter harvested elk to make sure that we can understand what the prevalence is. To this point, we believe it's remarkably low because we've only detected it in the one elk, and even before we never felt like prevalence was significant. But it is certainly not a good thing to have positive elk outside of the designated surveillance area where we haven't had them before. So with that, Mr. President, I would stand for any questions that you may have.
Mr. President? Does that trigger anything with the local livestock situation?
It doesn't. The one thing that the livestock board can do is designate it as an area of concern. I think that I don't want to speak on their behalf, but my understanding of their position on this one is because it's a bull, they don't intend to do that. But that is the one thing that the livestock board can do. And then certainly this came up last time, there could be discussions about moving the designated surveillance area, but we certainly don't view right now that, that we have anywhere near enough information that could inform a decision like that. That would be a pretty significant move and something that would be a real big deal for producers. So.
Commissioner Byrd, you have any questions? You have to forgive me if I run over sometime. So as far as, so if you, I guess we can't see you. So I guess you're just gonna have to unmute your thing and say, hey, wait a minute here, I got a question. So are you there?
Okay, yep, I'm here. No questions at this point, but I'll let you know. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, just because you just say, hey, I got a question and we'll stop it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, thank you. That moves us on to item number 4, Deputy Director Kennedy.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesvik, it's that time of year where we need to schedule and approve your meetings for 2023. And we're going to go as far as January of 24. So I'll just, as always, I'll just run down through here, give you this is put together from our senior leadership team. And we're proposing it to you today. I'll give you the date and the location that we're proposing, and just bless you.
Excuse me.
After each meeting, I'll stop and you guys can check your schedules. Let me know what you think about the dates and the locations. January, as you know, has already been scheduled for the 11th and 12th in Cheyenne. March, we are proposing March 9, 10. Director, I see we had Rock Springs down for that. Do we want to make a change since we're here?
Can we avoid the 9?
We have to do that because of our planned event here with
That's
Movie
right.
Fanatics.
Yep. Sorry. Okay, we're okay.
What were those dates in March again?
March 9, 10.
And the president has a problem with 9?
Well, I just wonder if we could, not that I can't move, but I do have something for the 9th. I can move it if we need to.
What was January?
So we're doing that Lily Days that weekend. It's Saturday, Sunday, and so we kind of need to have the commission
Okay.
put up to it.
Sure. I can move my thing. I'll run it. Go ahead.
We're good.
We're
Yeah, I
good.
forgot about
I can
trying
move.
to overlap it with that. March 9, 10, Rock Springs. I assume Commissioner Byrd will speak up if she's got concerns.
Doesn't matter.
She's
to us.
probably not really concerned about March.
That's true. Probably doesn't. No, she cares. April, we're proposing April 17, 18 and Casper. Good?
Good.
All right. We've got a workshop scheduled, which we've already confirmed, I believe, for June 5 through 7. July, we're proposing July 18, 19 in Wheatland.
Where's the workshop?
Workshop will be at the conservation camp. July 18, 19, Wheatland. Could be challenging, but we're gonna try.
Wheatland. Wheatland.
Yeah, Wheatland.
Why not less? Right at home, Mark. Right.
This is all up to you, commissioners. If you want to discuss changing it, certainly can.
1819.
Curious as, John, as to what is in Wheatland for a venue.
We're figuring that out right now. If
Oh.
we run into some problems with Wi-Fi or whatever it may be, we'll end up changing it. But we've got some really neat things possibly for a tour out of Wheatland that would be really, really good for the commission. So we're going to try to pull it off if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
1819 Wheatland, we're good. Again, we end up having any problems with these venues or locations and finding a venue, then we'll get with you and recommend a change. September, we're looking at proposing 12-13 in Gillette. I'd also note that we'll do the landowner of the year banquet as well. September 12-13 Gillette. Good. Okay. November, we are proposing November 14, 15 in Cody. And we will have the Outdoor Hall of Fame, right? Cody, November 14, 15. Look okay? Okay. January of 24. January 16, 17, Cheyenne.
What was that again? January what?
January 16 and 17, Cheyenne. Again, we have any issues on this as we move through the next couple of months, we can make some changes. With that, Mr. President, the department would recommend that you approve the dates and locations for 2023 and January of 2024 as proposed.
Do I have a motion?
I moved the meeting dates for 2023 and January 2024 as presented.
It's moved by Commissioner Brokaw,
I'll second.
seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, and I heard Commissioner. Okay. Good. Okay, next item is going to be number 5 on the agenda, but we're going to take a
Couple minute break, 5-minute break.
5-minute break before then. So we'll reconvene here in 5 to 10 minutes as soon as we can. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appeal on 22153. Go ahead. and go. Are you there, Commissioner Byrd?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, President Roberts, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt. This agenda item is a damage appeal on claim number 22153. This claim was filed by Mr. J.T. Nunn of the TY Cattle Company June 23rd of 2022. The claim is for extraordinary damage to grass and damage to 27 miles of fence by elk in the total amount of $24,600. The department investigated the claim and determined that insufficient number of hunters were allowed on the property to offset the recruitment of elk into the population. And because of that, Chapter 28 regulation requires a denial of the claim. Here today to present his claim is Mr. JT Nunn on behalf of himself and the cattle company. And when he's done with his presentation, we'll introduce South Laramie Game Warden Bill Brinegar to present the department's investigation.
Thank you.
I've got a couple of handouts on behalf of Mr. Nunn for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, well, as he said, I'm JT Nunn. I'd like to just start off by first saying, telling you guys, thank you for taking the time to listen to this appeal case. I guess we have some differences on the way I see things and I guess the way what Bill looked at and the way he feels about it or the way the department did. So I'd just like to go through, I have a PowerPoint here. I'll go through and explain some things, but I think there's three main points that I would like to emphasize on why I feel like the claim is worthy of approval. To start off with, my first point would be that the number of hunters that I'd be required to take to meet the recruitment is an unrealistic number. That's my first point. My second point is the fact that the investigation on this claim did not occur in a timely enough manner to observe the elk that were on my property. I'm only claiming this damage for half of a month. So that's my second reason. The third reason I feel like it's worthy of approval is that I feel like there are inconsistencies within the department on how it handles the distribution of fencing material and money paid out for claims. So that's my third reason why I'd like you to hear my case. So here's the first slide. So the reason for denial was insufficient hunting access, according to Chapter 28, Section 4B. So the hunter number must equal the hunter recruitment in order for the claim to be justified, is what I was told. So in my hunt area, based on the calculations for Mr. Brinegar or the department, there was 1,500 elk with a cow ratio of 60%, which had 900 cow elk for a total. I believe that number is fairly accurate, but probably off by maybe close to 1,000 head. I came up with a calculation of 2,000 elk with a ratio of more like 75% cows, which would be about 1,200 elk. My point of this is, so the recruitment is somewhere between 360 and 480, which we're fairly close on that, but it's a substantial number. So we'll move on to the next slide. So the next slide shows the quota for Area 8, which is the area where I'm at. This is the quota for the 2022 season, which had 100 more licenses than it did for the 2021 season. So for 2022, there's 450 licenses. The recruitment number is 360 head. In the 2021-2022 season, there was 350 available licenses. The recruitment number is 360 head of elk. So I feel like it's a totally unrealistic number for me to be obligated to take 360 hunters on my property when there's only 350 tags, excuse me, issued for the area. If you look at it from the 2022 perspective, there's 360 head of animals in the recruitment. the quota is 450. That's me taking 80% of the recruitment off my property on approximately 6,400 acres. Area 8 is 244,000 acres in total. So I would be taking 80% of the total quota off 2% of the whole area. Okay, we'll move to the next slide. If you guys have any questions on that, as far as the quota versus.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
I don't know if it's the most appropriate time, but how much of these are resident elk versus migrant elk?
I would say these elk that in question here are probably 97% migratory elk that come out of Colorado.
Are they there during on your property during the scheduled hunting seasons?
It depends on the year. If the weather is mild and we don't have extreme weather, those elk might not show up till January, February. Other years, if the weather gets bad, they may show up.
So based on
December.
your estimation, only 10% of these numbers are on your place annually.
Say that again, sir.
About 10% of what you're talking about is on your place, or what the numbers you're talking about are on your place year round.
Yeah, I would say the number of elk here, this, my area is more of a migration area.
Hmm.
And so this 2,000 head, however we want to look at it, I feel like it's probably more between 2,000 and 3,000. They're probably there anytime from November through May. They come down from Colorado, they migrate through our property. They may be there 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 2 months. They'll go back and forth between the neighbors and my property. And then normally by the first part of May, they've migrated back to Colorado.
Thank you.
But my main point on this slide was to show the quota for 2021. I did not have that when I made this slide, but the quota was 350. We have a recruitment number of 360. So it's absolutely ridiculous for me to be able to come up with the number of hunters when the quota does not even meet the recruitment number. So that's my point on why I feel it's unrealistic for me to have to meet that criteria. Anybody have any questions on that? But this slide is showing the 2022 quota for my area, which it was increased by 100 because mainly to take care of a herd in another location, but it's all the same area and it's all one operation, even though we kind of discussed them as two separate herds of elk. But for this claim, that 100 head is somewhat relevant, but not really on the for the area 8 type 7 tags that are listed there. So I'm going to move to the next slide. So here's a slide showing the hunters that I had on my property. I believe there was 33 total hunters for a total number of hunting days for 191 hunters. The season runs from October 1st through the end of January. Normally this last year, the elk probably, I didn't file this or inform the department of us seeing elk out there until the 11th of January. We don't go out to this location, but maybe once every other week. So most likely the elk were probably there towards the end of December. But the hunters that I have in this list, I do not do a hunter management area. I have a list of people that call me. I put them on a list. I let 3 or 4 go at a time so that actually we stand a chance of somebody actually harvesting some elk. I work through the list, and once the guys that have had an opportunity, then I move down the list to the next person that needs to go. If someone doesn't get an opportunity, there's not elk out there, I keep letting them go until they have an opportunity. So on the claim, I believe it stated that there was people that were on my list that I never contacted that never got to go. Well, that's because the people ahead of them never had an opportunity. I could line up 500 hunters out there and we're not going to solve the problem. It's that simple. It's a very hard area to hunt. It's wide open country. When there's 2,000 elk out there, they can see you for 2 miles away. So it's extremely hard to harvest any elk. But this slide just shows the total number of hunters. I compared that to the total acreage in hunt area 8, and at a quota of 450 with my 2% of acreage in the whole area, about 9 hunters is what it'd work out to be for me to take care of my share of the quota, or my share of the number of people, if you just compare it to the total acreage in the whole area. And it's kind of a special condition because the elk are migrating out of Colorado. They're very consolidated, and they are not there the whole entire hunting season. Maybe on average, maybe 50% of the season.
I got one question. And I notice you have the asterisk, Gary Hall's Party Unlimited Access, November through December. Could you explain that one to me? And then JT Nunn. And then also maybe a third question on how are we deriving the hunt days and total hunt days going from there?
Okay, well, to answer your first question, Gary Hall is a party, let me find him on the list here. Last year was a party of 3. I gave him access, basically all of November. I usually don't let any hunters out until I get my cattle removed. And normally from the 1st of November, all of December, his party had unlimited access to my property whenever they wanted to go. Most cases, I give them a 5 or 6 day window and then say, check in with me and let me know. I've known Gary for many years. He kind of helps look after things on my place, lets me know if, gates are open, if people are out there that shouldn't be out there. So he had 60 days potentially to be on the property whenever he wanted, in addition to the other people on the list. I guess you asked about myself.
Yes. It says one party size 15 days hunted, total hunt 15 on JT Nunn.
Yes, that's myself. I had tags myself. I'm hunting on my own property. I assume that's allowed.
And then how do we get the hunt days? You just monitor the people coming in and how many days they actually spend that, how many days they have permission for?
To do the hunt days, I guess to give you an example right off on the top, the first hunters of a party of 3, I gave them 5 days of hunting access. So a party of 3 for 5 days is 1,500 days. So if I have an individual call me, I give them permission for, they say, well, I can go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever. I just keep a rough estimate track of when those people were on my property.
So these numbers aren't definitive then?
They're very close. There may be a day they tell me they're going 4 days. That's what they schedule. They may only, if they don't show up and go out there one of those days, I don't necessarily check up on that.
Well, I just was thinking 15 days, party of 3, 15 days hunted, and you have a total hunt days of 191. I just have a harder time getting my head wrapped around that, just myself.
Okay, it's just to put in perspective. If I had 30 hunters go out there all in one day, that would be 30 hunt days. And in order to meet your criteria, I would need 360 people on my property for one day. And I have 191, and I'm stating it's not feasible for me to meet that recruitment number when the quota is less than the recruitment number, and the elk 50% of the time or more are probably still in Colorado, do not get to my property until, it varies from year to year, but last year, about the end of December.
Thank you.
Mr. President? What was the harvest of this group? How
Of
many
these-
elk did you harvest out of this group?
Of this group of people on my list, I would say probably approximately 7 or 8,
Were they all bulls or cows or a mixture? Or-
a mixture, but mainly cows. The bulls normally form, and that's why there was some discretion on the total number of head. As far as the cow ratio, the bulls usually, as you guys know, form bachelor herds. They stay up higher in Colorado. They don't migrate down to my property with all the cows. So I would say, 85, 90% of the herd is probably cows. And any bulls of any, size or consequence normally do not come down to my property, at least during the hunting season from October through January.
Thank you.
But as was stated in the claim, if I remember after reviewing it, reading through it, it was stated that there were people that were on my list that did not get contacted. And as I said, those people did not get contacted because people ahead of them had not had an opportunity. So is there any further questions on that so we can move on?
Well, I just, I mean, because there's list of Roberts, Miller, Olson, one, party two, party one, but no days hunted. That was just ones you couldn't contact.
Those were people that I'd given permission to hunt on my property. And I didn't tell them any specific time, and I do not know whether they went or they did not go, but they were people that I personally knew that had contacted me, and I said, yeah, you can hunt on my property, just go when you want to go. I do not know when they went, if they went, but they were people that I had granted permission to access my property. So I did not want to put information down on this, not knowing for sure that they had went.
Okay.
And on my affidavit, I stated 27 hunters, but then in the course of developing this and talking to the different people that have called me, there was 5 or 6 people that I'd forgot about. So that's why on here it shows 33 hunters, and on my original claim it was only 27.
Thank you.
So do you have any other further questions on this slide?
No questions. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, so this map here just shows the layout and the size of Area 8. Roughly 244,000 acres. Okay, so now we're to the point of looking at the AUM calculations. So the claim was reported on January 11th, 2022. Most likely the damage started late December. I know I notified within 15 days of when the elk were there. So I'm going to say towards the end of December is probably when they showed up. But first time we verified with Mr. Brenniger was on January 11th. So like I stated earlier, the elk migrate down, and basically this is winter range from November through May, depending on the weather. So I did some rough AUM calculations based on 2,000 head of elk. And I have a video here that I'll show you later on to show roughly close to 2,000 head of elk. But I based it on 2,000 head of elk at 0.4 AUMs per elk. I feel like an elk's more than 0.48 AUMs, but for the sake of discussion, we'll use 0.48 because that's what was recommended to me by the department. So that works out to be 960 animal units, excuse me, for half of a month is 480 AUMs. You guys understand those calculations? Okay, so moving on down, there's 480 AUMs at $35 an AUM, which is about half of the market value that I verified in my original claim. So if you go with the $35 per AUM, works out to be 16,800. On my original claim, it was 17,500. The difference of $700 there is because on my first claim, I calculated the AUMs at 0.5 AUMs per elk instead of 0.48. So that's the reason there's a difference there, which $700 less. The market value is somewhere probably between $60 and $75 for an AUM, the High Plains of Laramie. At that value, the elk, a fair price would have been $32,400. And I requested approximately 50% of that on my claim. Is there any questions on those calculations or why I only asked for 50%?
Why did you only ask for 50%?
Well, that's a good question. You probably wonder why. I understand that the elk add value to people's properties. I enjoy having the elk out there to some extent. And for the last 20 years, I have never filed a claim on this herd of elk, but it's finally gotten to the point where there's so many and the damage that they're causing, I have to do something. And I felt like that was a fair number to somewhat reimburse me for what it cost me for that herd of elk out there. But I do know that they do add value to to the property, and I, recognize that, and that's why I felt like that was a fair number.
Thank you.
So are there any other questions on the calculations?
Oh, looks good.
Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So I put fence damage on there. It was stated in the claim that Mr. Brenninger and myself went out and traveled through the area, and I believe it was March or April, and did not find any fence damage. Want to make it clear to you guys, we weren't on a fence fixing mission. We were out there looking for elk. We did drive some of the fence, but by no means all 27 miles of fence line that goes around my private property. So I have $5,600 in labor, $1,500 in material. That's 140 man hours at $40 an hour, which includes trucks, four-wheelers, and other miscellaneous equipment to fix the fence that, gets tore up by this 2,000 head of elk. And this is above and beyond the 140 man hours is above and beyond the normal hours required to fix the fence in the early 2000s, when this elk herd was maybe 500 to 700 head versus roughly 2,000 head of elk. So I'm not asking for full reimbursement of all my labor to fix all my fence, only the additional costs of what it takes me now versus what it did in the early 2000s. So that puts the claim at 24,600. That does not take into account the difference of the 700 on my AUM calculations, but I feel like that's kind of irrelevant due to the fact that I'm well under the market value of what an AUM is worth. So I feel like that's still a fair amount. We'll move on to the next slide.
Mr. President. Mr. Nunn, so is this damage you're claiming for last year?
This would have been damage, yes, that would have happened in 2021 and 2022. But it would be for 2022, but it was the 2021, 2022 hunting season. If that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so we're on to I think this is almost the last slide. Anyway, there was discussion in the comments from the department about how they've had access from other landowners to help alleviate the problem on my property. I don't know how that's relevant to this claim and why it was even in there, but thought I would mention it. I think it has to do with hunter management areas. I do not feel like it's fair. It should not be pushed upon any landowner to be forced to do a hunter management area in order to be justified for a claim to be paid. I've been asked several times about doing a hunter management area. I have not done one. I'm not ruling that out, but it's not something I'm very interested in, to be 100% honest. But I should not be put in a position to be forced to do one in order for a claim to be paid. I feel like that's an infringement on private landowner rights. And I just don't feel like that's right. And the only reason I bring that up is because it's been brought up to me multiple times about doing one. And it's not something that I'm interested in at this point in time. I was also told that it's sportsman's dollars that pay claims and provide money for fencing material. So my neighboring ranch has received 14 stack yards in the last several years from the department. They do not allow hunting on their property. So I feel like there appears to be an inconsistency in applying the regulations, which invalidates the basis for the initial denial of my claim. Do you understand where I'm coming from on that? I just don't feel like it's fair. One person can be treated one way, another person treated a different way.
But you mentioned, I was told quite a bit. Who tells you this?
Who tells me what?
Like, who, I was told sportsmen pay claims and provide money for fencing material. Who told you that?
Matt with the department in Laramie. Matt, is it Rich Shoulder or Rich Holder? And that's why that they explained it to me. That's why I have to allow hunters on my property for a claim to be paid, is because it's sportsman's dollars that are paying the claims and providing money for the fencing material. But what neighboring ranches have fencing material provided don't allow hunting, or at least less than what I do. And my claim gets denied. I feel like there's inconsistencies and feel like that invalidates the reason my claim was denied.
I'm more specific oriented. I mean, I like names, numbers, things like that to.
But it was
I
Matt.
mean, it's, I just, if you can specify who, what kind of thing.
Okay, well, to be specific, it was Matt
Okay,
at the Laramie department. He's the one that told me that sportsman's dollars. It's Simon Ranch that has their stackyards all fenced out and received all the fencing material. If you want to be very specific about it.
yeah, thanks.
I know that for the fact that I talked to the manager. I've seen the stackyards personally. And I don't think it should have to turn into this type of a discussion, but it is valid. And I feel like it's something that, a reason that I feel like my claim should be considered for approval, because other people have gotten approved for.
Why do you
material.
believe it's inconsistent? Why do you believe that, what brings you to that opinion to be in?
Because I know what my neighboring ranch allows for hunting access. And I know what they were provided with material to fence out stackyards on their property. And if the department's going to give them material to fence out backyards on their property, but I have a list of 33 hunters that hunt on my property, and I turn a claim in well below 50% or at 50% of the market value, and it gets denied for not allowing adequate hunting access, and it's the same money that pays the claims and provides fencing material. I feel like that's inconsistent.
And I'll make sure I ask that question when we get to the department's thing. So thanks.
So to go on down the list, is there any other questions about that? Okay, so on down in the claim, there was a conversation that they pointed out in 2016 about my philosophy on allowing hunter. I guess I'm going to go as far as to say hunter management, but in the claim it said public access, I believe is what it read. I've always allowed hunting access on my property, but in the claim it stated that my philosophy was that if I had more people out there, it was just going to push that many more out through my fence and to destroy more of my fence because of more pressure, which I mean is obviously, I know that happens and that would definitely be the case, but it makes it sound like I didn't allow hunting back in 2016, which I did. I've always, from the early I moved to this location in the late I think in 1999 or 2000, and we've always allowed hunting on this property, just not open to the public. Did not throw our gates open and just let it be a free for all. We have livestock out there. I have employees out there, and for the safety of both, I feel like I want control of my property. It was mentioned that there was 27 miles of fence that was damaged. It literally was not 27 miles of fence that was damaged. There's 27 miles of fence that have to be gone around and fixed. That is the perimeter of my private property, as well as cross fences within that property that have to be maintained every year. We did not drive anywhere near 27 miles of fence to verify, how much damage was done. But in the claim it stated we did not find any fence damage, but 2,000 head of elk out there through 27 miles of fence over the course of 2 or 3 months, they do a substantial amount of damage. So going back to another point, the claim was reported in January 11th, 2022. First observation, you can look this up in the original claim. First observation of elk by the department wasn't until February 3rd, 2022. Many of the elk at that point moved off my property, had already moved on. So the number of elk and the amount of damage was not accurately verified, in my opinion. So a lot of the elk that were there were missed, and I have videos in January of showing those elk. So I guess to conclude with, I'd like for you guys to consider paying the claim for 24,600, which is substantially less than what the market value is worth. And like I stated earlier, I do enjoy the elk on my property, and that's why I have put that value at less than what the market price probably truly is. So at that point, if there's no further questions, we'll move on and look at a few slides and a few videos. You guys ready for those?
Yep.
Okay, so this one here is a picture of an irrigated meadow, approximately, I'm gonna say roughly 200 acres over on the southeastern part of my property. This is just going to show the concentration of elk manure on the ground and the amount of damage that was done to the grass. I left that pasture ungrazed during the 2021 grazing season, so all summer it was not grazed. It was not grazed that winter. This video was taken in June. There had not been any grazing by livestock at this point when I took the video, so we'll have to hit play on the computer, I believe. So that that shows the general location of the area where we're at. This is a continuous video. I'm not shutting it off, moving. It's just showing the concentration. There's literally elk manure every foot and a half for a very long distance across this field. Normally I save this location to calve in the spring. Move some cows over there the first part of May and calve in this location. When that many elk come in there, there's nothing left for me to move livestock to in the early spring. So I have to basically change my whole operation around based on the fact that all the grass was removed by the elk. And the other thing that it does is we cannot have some sort of a healthy rangeland management system. If we want to leave 50% of the grass, the elk come in behind us, whether it be a month or 6 months later, and pretty much remove it all. Fairly long video because it was over a fairly lengthy stretch of meadow. If you want to watch it all, we can, or we can move on, but
It's up to you. However you want to present this is up to you. Great.
I'm going to ask this. Do you feel like you've seen enough to tell that the concentration of elk is very heavy?
I got the idea. I don't know where you get the idea.
A lot of poop.
Okay, you can go ahead and hit stop.
I don't want to impinge on your right to present
Well,
everything. You want.
we didn't need to spend 7 minutes looking at the same thing, but I think my point got across.
Yeah, it's across.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next slide. This one, I believe, was taken on January 25th. I had some hunters out there at that time, and this is the type of terrain we're dealing with on trying to hunt these elk. It's extremely wide open, very hard to get on them, but we did get, at this distance, there were probably 700 yards from that herd of elk, maybe 800. And this is a video of this. This is one of 2 different herds that we had seen during this time period. So you can go ahead and push play. As it's playing, just hit the pause button intermittently, and you'll be able to, can you zoom in just a little bit, please? What's that? Okay, that's fine. Just go ahead and play it. And this is the one of the same groups that we had seen from about the 11th of January when I reported them through basically the end of the month. To play it. I don't know why it played on mine when I put it up, but we'll move on to the next one. But if any of you would like to see that video, I have it on my computer. It's going to show close to 2,000 head of elk. I think that's very important. I don't know why it will not play on that, but that's why I brought my computers in case we had some sort of problem like this. But I would like you guys to see that video because it does show a lot of elk in that video. So we'll go ahead and keep moving on, and in the meantime we'll try to get it on my computer, and I would like you guys to look at that. Here's just a picture, kind of hard to see them, but there's probably roughly 200 head in this group. Just another documentation of the elk that are out there. So that is the end of the slides I have for this claim. If you wouldn't mind giving us just a second to pull up the video on my computer, I would like you guys to see that.
Yeah. Can you send it to Director Nesvik and then he will send it to all of the commissioners? So we can see it. And after the department does their thing, you'll have a chance for rebuttal and stuff too. So we'll go.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Nunn, is this fairly typical of your property as a whole, this flat and open country?
Yes, it's very representative of the property. You're looking at, which photo are you looking at?
Oh, the snow one. The last one.
With the elk in it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very good example of most of it. There's,
Well,
on the,
even the one, the video you have, I mean, it looks very open.
yeah, it is very wide open. It is, I mean, it's extremely hard to if a hunter was to follow the hunting regulations and not make any sort of violation, I mean, it's next to impossible, not impossible. It is very difficult to get within a reasonable shooting range. I'm not the type of person that's going to recommend the 5 to 700 yard shots and wound animals and not get them, but to get within 300 to 400 yards of those elk can be extremely challenging. I mean, I've seen them scattered out over a 2 or 3 mile area out there, and it just, I mean, if you drive anywhere within 2 miles of them, they see you and they move on. And with very little pressure, they're back in Colorado with, which we're right on the border. And so the elk can move from my property to the border and back in a matter of, hunt them during the day. They can be back, the next day if they wanted to. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But in this case,
On the state line there.
yeah, it's right on the state line. So it's a unique situation. They're not resident elk, but when they're in Wyoming, they are Wyoming's elk. When they're in Colorado, I guess they're Colorado's elk, but they've increased substantially. In the early 2000s, I would say 500 to 700 head is the most I've ever seen out in this location. And now I'm going to say between 2,000 and 3,000.
And how's Colorado for their hunter pressure?
There is a fair amount of hunting that goes on, I believe, in Colorado, but the elk are smart, and it's almost like, they know where to be and where not to be. There is public land next to my property. There was some discussion that I restrict access on some of my property to hunters that I do allow go. Mr. Brinegar and I discussed this item a couple years ago. There's one section right on the border that I do not generally allow people to hunt. And the reason I do not allow them to hunt them is because if we want to harvest some of these elk, they have to get into Wyoming. If I have my hunters sitting right on the state line, those elk are never going to come into Wyoming, and they're going to sit there in Colorado till the day the season closes. And then they're going to be on my property in February when we can't hunt them, and we get, we don't stand a chance hunting them at all because the season's closed. So there's just one section that I try to allow them to where they can come into Wyoming to at least get them into Wyoming, where whether it's my hunters or people hunting on the public land that's adjacent to mine can actually have a chance of, trying to harvest some of these elk. So, that's why I limit that one area to some hunters, is just to give the elk an area to get into Wyoming so we can actually try to harvest them, because to basically help alleviate this problem, we have to harvest some of these elk or reduce the numbers somehow, because it's just an ongoing problem. And when you're talking this number of elk, I mean, realistically, I just don't know that hunting will ever, totally solve the problem, but it has to help to some extent. So I have the video. Do you have a number that I could send it to?
Oh, boy, I don't know.
Anybody have a cell phone up there that would like to have this video that we couldn't get to play?
Yeah, if she emails it, I just gave her my email address. If she emails it to me, then I can get it.
I can't. Are you connected?
I am connected. I am connected with a weak signal.
I lost my connection.
Part of the original, the first part.
Pardon me?
Part of the first part. On the right.
No network. Two's got a strong signal.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. Nunn, can you, while we're waiting, can you maybe give us a little, of what some of the hunting practices of your surrounding neighbors?
The hunting practice of some of my surrounding neighbors during this 2021-22 season.
Correct.
Simon Ranch is one of probably my closest, biggest neighbor. They're kind of they're in between two pieces of my property. These elk were on the southern portion of my property. Simon Ranch has a strip of land that runs in between my south property and my northern piece of property that's down on the river. There is zero hunting pressure on those elk on my neighboring property. I can't say that the owner himself and maybe a couple of employees, they don't hunt, but last winter we were having a problem with the river herd of elk in this same area. We had hunters that were willing to come out. The elk would move to their property during the day and come to my property that I leased. It's in the next claim, but they would come to my property, come on into our haystacks at night, go back to the neighboring property. I called them, asked them, hey, I have some hunters. Can we access your property? We'd like to try to, shoot some of these elk and get them moved out of here. And they told me no, that the owners did not, want anybody on their property. So that's my biggest neighbor. To the west, it's mainly public land, BLM, state land. To the west of that is Forest Service land. That brings up another point that maybe I'd like to make to you guys. About 7 or 8 years ago, it's my understanding that the Game and Fish worked with the Forest Service to basically extend road closures in the national forest on the eastern boundary of the forest, starting October 1st, which is when the hunting season begins. I'm getting asked, by the department to allow more access on my property. But in the same hand, the Game and Fish works with the Forest Service to shut down public roads on national forest land where some of these elk could be harvested. Access is being limited and shut off the 1st of October on roads. I was told it so the animals have a safe zone. Well, these elk don't need a safe zone. They need to be harvested. And if there's not access on the public land that there used to be, which there isn't, because you can still access it on foot, but it's very steep terrain. It's hard to access. Not many people are going to walk mile, 2 miles downhill into very rough terrain, shoot an elk, and think they're going to pack it back out to their truck. It's, maybe a very small portion of the hunters are willing to do that. So in this, and this is actually not in area 8, that would be in area 9, I believe. which is directly west of area 8, but it's the same elk or some of the same elk. They migrate from area 9 east across highway 10, end up in area 8. The elk are going to migrate no matter whether there's hunters there or not. So, the safe zone, the elk it's a safe zone only until the weather pushes them out. But that's the scenario to the west. Simon Ranch was to my north. To the south is Colorado. To the east is Bruce Lewis. And I was recently told by Mr. Brininger that Bruce is doing a hunter management area for this 2022 season. To the northeast of me, or to the north of Bruce Lewis, would be, I think, Richard Levitt. He owns some property there. Gary Spielberg, he has some property in this area. So those are some of my closer neighbors, but the neighbors where these elk pretty much roam on would be myself, Simon Ranch, probably the Lewis Ranch, some of Spielberg's, maybe some of the Levitt Ranch. But over the course of the last 20 years, when I first moved to this location where I live now, there was not any elk, at least along the river. I never saw a single elk in the early 2000s. And now we have a resident herd along the river of approximately, I'm going to say 300 plus. They don't leave. They just don't leave all year. I mean, I could tell Mr. Bringer, hey, start my claim today. It's going to end a year from now, and it would start right back over because they just don't leave. And those elk were not there at all in the early 2000s. First elk I saw was in the winter of 2002 along the river. It was one calf, and he spent the winter with white-tailed deer. And after that, it just gradually increased, and now there's a resident herd of 300 plus that reside on the river in the same area. But these elk are not what we're discussing here on this particular claim. But it's all the same hunt area, and it's all the same operation with me. It's just two different locations within the same hunt area.
Anything else you'd like to add before I can't get the video? I can't get any signal at all, but.
But I have the video on my phone. Can I walk over and show it to you?
Well, I think everybody needs to see it somehow. I'm just not myself. Everybody would need to see it.
Well, they can gather around us.
Yeah, if we want to gather around, we won't have to do that. So, and then maybe if I get some sort of a, let's go over here and that helps. Let's go over here and everybody.
So, if January 25th,
I was brought up, I can make sure that Commissioner Byrd, when, do you want to see the video? maybe, yes, yeah, I got, wait. I'm on 1, 2, 3. I've tried them all. Commissioner Byrd, are you with us still, or we got?
What's that?
Okay. You don't see her online? Okay. Let's take a 5-minute. The only thing I can think of, let's take a 5-minute break and see if we can get her back on, or somebody call her, or we can get a hold of her. It's kind of important that she's part of this, because it might, okay. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll try to get some of those technical difficulties out and get a hold of Commissioner Byrd, and then it'll just 5 minutes is all. Okay, thanks. I went 1, 2, 3. It's a strong signal.
The Wi-Fi, the Holiday Inn, if you do that one, you put in your room number and your name, but that one, the other one, you pick it up.
But I don't know, is it secure, or do you want? Secure. Okay.
It's definitely gonna be.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think you guys all saw the video except the one lady, I believe.
She has internet.
Okay, so she's seen the video.
I think she's
Okay.
seen it now.
So the video, like I said, documents one of the herds. There's 2 other herds that we'd seen in the location at that same time, not near that big, but of substantial size. So long story short, there's a lot of elk. I'm guessing
Plenty elk, yeah.
in the neighborhood of 2,000 to 3,000. I know the area was flown at some point by, I believe, Lee Knox and the pilot, have flown this area. There's no reports on the claim from the department on their documentation of how many elk they saw, but I can promise you it's more than 1,500 head of elk. There's more than 1,500 elk in that video. So I guess in conclusion, I guess I would just sincerely hope that you guys have listened to the points that I've made on why I feel like it's worthy of you guys considering it for approval. Those 3 points I pointed out in the beginning of it unrealistic to even come close to meeting taking enough hunters to meet that recruitment number because of the number of elk. The department was conservative on the number they used in there. Whether that was for whatever reason, I don't know, but that's fine. We go with 1,500 head. Puts that recruitment number above what the quota is. So virtually, it would be impossible for me to meet that because last year the quota wasn't at the recruitment number. This year, it is if you want to base it on the 1,500 head of elk, but there are more than 1,500 head of elk out there, and ultimately, hunting and access and whatever helps, but with this number of elk and as hard, as it is to hunt them out there and get a harvest, with hunters, it's just not going to solve the problem. I'm just going to be 100% honest with you. You cannot kill enough of those elk out there with hunters to solve this problem. I thought I was being more than fair on the price I used for the AUMs and the calculations that I did to determine those AUMs. I truly feel like I'm, around 50% of the market value. I expressed the fact that, I do understand that they add value to my property, and I am an outfitter. I do take a few hunters. I do not take many elk hunters in this area. Normally maybe 3 to 4 a year. I've done this prior to me filing this claim with the hopes that the money that I could generate off of taking these hunters, would alleviate, the costs that I endure with fence damage and the grass that they eat. But they've gotten to the point that it's nowhere near covering the amount of damage that these elk do. So that's why, in this 2021, 2022 years, the first time that I'd ever filed a claim on these elk, I was trying to be more than fair on the values that I used and the amount that I was asking for. I do realize based on numbers on paper, I did not meet the criteria, but you need to understand the criteria could not have been met due to what the quota is. And even if it could have been, I feel like it's totally unrealistic for one landowner to have to meet the recruitment of this large of a herd on 6,400 acres on a hunt area that's 244,000 acres, which I understand not, the elk are not on that entire 244,000 acres, but I am only one small piece of the puzzle on a very large herd of elk. So I just ask that you consider the points that I made as far as it being unrealistic for me to meet that criteria. The fact of the consistencies on, you know, what is approved based on regulations and what is not. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, try to point out names or any scenarios, but it is a valid concern to me when my claim gets denied and other and money is put towards other projects on other properties that, you know, do not allow hunting. So to me, that's, you know, not right.
Would
I
it
do,
be- would it be fair for me to ask, you only allow hunters that you know on your property?
that that's not true, no. Most of the hunters that hunt on my property asked me to hunt years ago and I did not know them at that time. And over the course of, you know, 20 years, I've become to know a portion of the hunters that hunt on my property, but I could go through this list, tell you the hunters that I did not know for the 2021, 2022 season. So these are not like, not all these hunters are people that come every single year, but I do not keep it limited to just friends and family or people that I know. When somebody can call me up and ask for permission to hunt on my property, come meet with me, I feel like they're trustworthy. Prior, you know, prior to probably I'm gonna say around 2005, we had a substantial amount of problem with people on the property doing vandalism to water tanks, shooting holes in tanks. And that's the reason why I want to control access on my properties, because I want to know who's out there and I trust the people that go out there. And if I do have a problem, you know, I know who needs to be accountable for it. But I do not keep it limited to just people that I know.
And do you charge an access fee when they go out?
No, sir. There's the general people from Laramie that generally contact me to go hunting. I do not charge them an access fee at all. On my next claim, there's several people that we took out free, did not charge them an access fee, did not charge them anything. We went with them, took them to the elk, helped them get an elk, helped them load the elk free of charge, just because we knew where the elk were. We have cattle in the locations, like, I mean, it's very concentrated with cattle at that time of the year because we're feeding them and, you know, they're not spread out. So we feel, I mean, we got to be with these people. So gates get shut. They're not shooting at, you know, livestock. I have guys, you know, employees that are fixing fence, feeding, for a safety reason. I felt like, you know, we needed to go with them. It was also, you know, at the landowner's request, but that's on a separate claim. I feel like we should talk about that when we get to that. But the people that do hunt on this property, excluding the 3 or 4 that I may take, you know, that are paying clients, the rest of the people do not pay me any sort of trespass fee at all.
So that on the list that you provided to us on who you allow and who did it, how many of those are actual paying customers? On the consideration for approval for the 33 hunters, how many of those are actually paying customers and actually granted access with, and every one of these people that come out, you're with them, correct?
Not on this claim, no, sir.
Okay.
It's on the other claim. Yes, some of these people I do go with. On this list of 33, there's three people on this list that were paying clients.
Thank you.
You guys have any other questions?
I don't, we'll hear the department side and then we'll have you'll have a little time to rebuttal if you need to. Go back to it.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. President, at this time, would ask Bill Brinegar of the South Laramie Senior Game Warden to present his investigation.
Mr. President, Commissioners, good afternoon. I've got a PowerPoint coming up here in just a second. As JT mentioned, there are elk down here. These are migratory elk. They come up from Colorado as early as November, depends on, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Depends on the winter. But they primarily spend most of their time kind of on JT southern pasture, a little bit on two of the neighbors, in particular, one of the neighbors, but we'll get to that here in a minute. I don't want to get too far off track here. So he reported this to me on the 23rd, went out on the 3rd. We kind of had a mutual agreement. He'd let me know when he saw elk. Cause they move around a lot. What I did is, as you saw, it's very wide open down there. There's two main observation points that I used. We tried to go twice a week if we could. One was on the top of Jelm Mountain, because from Jelm, we had to take a side by side with tracks. We could see down into Simons, we could see the upper end of the southern pasture. And there's no place for the elk to hide out there. You can see their tracks if they've been there. And then there's another location south of Laramie, on the Sand Creek, off the Sand Creek Road, kind of off the Bull Mountain Road, kind of that way. So we counted a total of 1,768 elk. And the key is, what was really nice is I was able to use a spotting scope. You're not going to see the whole herd necessarily in one trip out there, but eventually you're going to see the whole herd together. You're going to get lucky if you go out there enough. So I was able to count this whole herd on a nice day when the wind wasn't blowing, which is rare that time of year. And it was about 1,500 head of elk. And that's I've got a counter on my lap, spot and scope. I do want to touch on the fence damage for a minute. In his claim, he brought up the fence damage, but throughout the course of this investigation, we didn't talk about him filing for fence damages. It was about the pasture damage. And so that part kind of caught me off guard in the actual claim, because we were talking about, he's talked about fence damage before, but he's never filed a claim on fence damage. The grass damage, it's been dry. We've had, that area in particular, our antelope herd is hurting. Just to give you an idea how dry it is, we've cut tags drastically. So the elk or the grass that is there on those BLM pastures that he referenced, the elk that are there, you're darn right, they're gonna go there. The 27 miles of fence, the elk that he referenced, that was the entire perimeter of his property. In conversations, that was kind of referenced that was actually like 10 to 20 years worth of damage. I don't believe that was stated today, but that's not in 1 year's time. I spent an awful lot of time on the public side of his property, and then in counting, 27 miles of fence, you're going to be able to find that pretty easy if that's the case every year. So the permitted hunting, in fairness to JT, yeah, with that size herd, he's not going to be able to allow that many hunters. I get that, but there's a long season. We have a 5.5 month long season. We keep injecting more licenses into this hunt area, and it's based on a couple of factors. It's based on damage, and it's based on how much access we have. We can't just throw hunters out there with no place to go. We actually use the amount of yearlings recruited into the population, which is less. So there's a lower threshold for him to meet. So it's roughly 40 calves per 100 cows, but the number of yearlings would be 26 per 100 cows. And that's a lot of hunters. But I do want to stress that the number of hunters that Mr. Nunn is referring to is not just for the southern pasture. That includes the amount of hunters that were allowed on the north end of his property near the river, as well as some hunters that his next claim. So those are all combined. I really don't know the exact number of hunters that were allowed on the south property. It is tough to hunt, but I do want to stress our goal is not to make sure those hunters kill elk. Having hunters there creates pressure that moves those elk away from his property so that we're not paying damages. And in the surrounding area, there's much better winter range for these elk. And the only way we can get them there is if we put pressure on them. And through we've done hunter management areas or worked with landowners, like JT that doesn't want to be in the program and just say, hey, put some pressure on them. And over the course of generally 3 years minimum, those elk find another place to live. You don't have to necessarily be harvesting elk all the time. So that was the type 7s are new for this year. They're not on this slide, but the type 7s were 100 licenses to address specifically the damage situation Mr. Nunn is having. The Cherokee Park HMA is, I think I have a map in an upcoming slide, but that's kind of on the southeast part of the hunt area. And that was very effective at addressing elk that moved up from Colorado into Wyoming on that part of the hunt area. And those elk, it's pretty tough to kill an elk on that HMA now because we've trained them not to go there. So it does work. And it is predominantly private land. So if we issue, too many licenses, they're just going to beat to death this little chunk of public that we have, and the elk aren't there at least the early part of the season because of the resident elk mainly are along the river. And some of the elk were on BLM and some of that was state right down there. Or is it down on the south end? It's BLM and state down there. But it's kind of landlocked. Just to give you a little bit of history and then I'll entertain questions. I moved to Laramie about 8 years ago. And when I first noticed these elk on Mr. Nunn's pasture, I wanted to talk to him about it because in my previous game warden district, I'd seen what happens when elk get out of hand. And I said, hey, there's a lot of elk. I counted over 800 elk. I said, we've got to get after these elk because they're going to be causing you problems. And that's the reference he brought up about the fence damage. Didn't want to allow too much pressure because of fence damage, but we don't want the elk there we don't want to pay damages every year. So how do we do that? We put hunters out there, and whether they get a shot or not, having hunters in that open of a landscape is going to push the elk out of there. And the landowner directly to the kind of to the east, I guess, Mr. Lewis did sign up into a hunter management area, and I think it's close to 10,000 acres. And the elk actually, so last winter when I counted elk, the elk were actually predominantly on Mr. Lewis's ranch. So that's why I approached him, see if we could put some pressure on him, move him out of the area. Yeah, I'll leave it at that for now.
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Mr. President. Mr. Brinegar, you mentioned earlier that we're starting to hit hunter saturation point in Hunt Area 8. So we hear this as a commission all over. The landowners have had their fill of hunters, elk populations grow. We've saturated the landscape. What would be a strategy moving forward that you'd like to see us do in Hunt Area 8 to get on top of this? Because I think JD makes a valid point that through our regular hunting regulations and season, we're not going to get control of this herd of elk.
That's a good question, Mr. Brokaw, Commissioner Brokaw. These elk, so the resident elk, to give you an idea, there's less than 500 elk in elk area 8 that are resident elk is our estimate. But in the winter time, these big marauding herds of elk come up from Colorado. In my opinion, we just need to put hunting pressure on them. But that's limited by access because it's predominantly private. Mr. Nunn brought up the section of private he has right on the border that he generally doesn't allow access to so that the elk can come into Wyoming. I really don't want to see the elk come into Wyoming. I'd rather have those hunters. I mean, the hunters in Area 8, they're pretty diehard. There's quite a few resident folks there that, I mean, they'll brave the conditions. It's pretty nasty out there in December and January, special machines. I mean, access, it's all access driven, and I don't have the silver bullet answer for that. To be honest, if we could pay landowners more to be in a agreement with the department, that would probably help.
Thank you.
Mr. President? I'm almost done 6 years on the commission, and this is the first one that I can recall that it came to the department, the appeal regarding, and was denied because it didn't allow enough hunters. This is not a black and white regulation to me. There are extenuating circumstances, and this may be one of those cases, and I understand your position. You've got to do what the rules and regulations state, and I don't disagree with that. If we don't have rules and regulations, what's the point? But there's no way that this property itself can stop the recruitment in that herd. No way in hell. As a person who outfitted for over 30 years, I would hate to have to outfit on that property, as flat as that is, and trying to have some success. One of the problems we've had with some of our landowners is having very similar situations. More hunters, more hunters, more hunters. Well, sometimes more hunters doesn't help because, and that might help in this case because it may push them off that property, but actually getting a harvest doesn't always help to have more people out there because they're chasing stuff all over hell and having trouble. So that's not always the silver bullet either. I would ask Mr. Nunn, what are your objections to a hunter management area? Sure, come on up.
That's a good question. I guess primarily, one thing that comes to the top of my mind, I said, I'm claiming less than 50% of the value of what I feel like it's worth. To be quite honest, you're an outfitter, you've worked outside. I don't know how many you, Ralph, I believe you're a rancher. We don't work an 8 to 5 day a week job. I mean, we work all the time. When I want to take my boys out of my property, I want to know that there's nobody else out there, that if they are out there, it's people that I know I told to be out there. And if I want to take my boys out and enjoy my property, I don't want to be obligated to knowing, oh, well, there could be X number of people that I don't know that's out on my property from a hunter management area, managed by the Game and Fish. I enjoy my property. I like control of my property. I have no problem with other people being on my property and enjoying the same thing. I guess I just like to know who's on my property and have it go through me, I guess, is ultimately the reason why I like doing it that way. I feel like I've seen other hunter management areas in my vicinity that I've talked to other landowners, they say that there's people from the Game and Fish that will monitor those areas, enforce the rules. They tell me that's not always the case. There's hunters out there going where they shouldn't go. There's not people out there from the Game and Fish watching them. That may or may not be true. That's just hearsay from other landowners that I've talked to that have done an HMA. I didn't say that I would rule it out, but I can apply the same hunting pressure. I'm basically doing the same thing other than it's through myself than through the Game and Fish, I believe. Because they said I could set forth any rules that I wanted to if I did do a hunter management area. And I appreciate that. The value they offered to pay me for it comes nowhere near what it's worth. And Bill, said that, if landowners could be paid more, it may help. It's not a money issue at all. I guess it just boils down to the fact that I like to know who's on my property and when they're on my property. And if I want to take my family out, my employees out on my property, that I can tell the hunters that have asked me for permission, I can say, hey, my employees, my family, myself, we're going to be on the property. You can't come hunting tomorrow, next weekend, whenever that may be. But I feel like we accomplished the same goal as a hunter management area. It just through myself versus through the agency. Bill stated that the elk, were primarily on Lewis's ranch. Yeah, they were on my property. His date is January 23rd, but I have a text to him on, I believe it on my paper on January 11th of when those elk were there. So, I mean, we're within, the same time frame. I mean, I'm not, we don't need to get that in that much detail about the dates, but, those elk were there just a very short time period, moved on to Lewis's property. Number one, because they pretty much ate all the grass that was on my property, but we were also putting hunting pressure on them to push them to Lewis's property. And Bill's right, it does work. They do move, but in this case, these elk do migrate out of Colorado. They have a pretty set path on how they get out of Colorado and where they go. It's just a matter of how long they stay there and how bad the winter is and how long it takes them to feel like they need to move on. Last winter was probably a tougher winter than most. And Bill and I made a trip through the property. We made a trip through the property in March on probably the worst day we could have picked to drive through to go look for the elk. We didn't see a single elk. They had moved on, but on my claim, I'm only saying they were there about 2 weeks. But when I, felt like the damage really occurred, but I do know that same group of elk had to migrate back to where they came from. So they came back through my property. The 27 miles of fence damage, I'm not telling you guys that there's 27 miles of fence that is tore down. I'm saying there's 27 miles of fence around the perimeter of my property and including cross fences. And of that 27 miles, I mean, I don't know how many of you have ever fixed fence, but you might go 100 yards and the fence is fine. And then you have a damaged section and then you move on and go to the next damaged section. My point is on that 27 miles of fence, it takes us that 140 man hours above and beyond what it used to 20 some years ago to fix the same amount of fence because the elk population, has increased from, Bill said 8 years ago, 800 head, but I know 8 years ago, it was greater than 800 head of elk, but that number of elk, regardless, whether it's 800 or 2000, do a significant amount of damage when they come through. So,
Yeah, I mean, I've had a grazing allotment on the Bighorns for a number of years and fixing a lot of elk fences, but there's no question they do damage. The problem I have with this is a hunter management area is not a standard thing. They just all of a sudden one size fits all. It can be developed to fit your needs. There could be ways to put it in there that you can hunt with your family certain parts of the season or whatever. I mean, there's ways to make that work. The problem I have with this is what's going to change next year? How are we going to get more hunters in there? How are we going to get more of a harvest in there if we don't do something? And the problem is you're not the one asking for all these elk come through there. I understand that. It's not your fault, so to speak, that these elk come this way. But we have to try to get a handle on these elk. And it's not just your area. It's a lot of areas in this state to have the same problem.
Sure.
And we have to try to figure out a way that we can go forward from here too, so we can work together and get these elk harvested and moved on. And so I would like to know if you were open to looking into something like that.
They're a definite problem, and I think we need to keep all options open to try to figure out how we can help the problem. But I'll be 100% honest with all of you guys. Hunting is not going to solve the problem. It has gotten past the point of hunting to solve the problem. It is mismanagement or lack of ability of hunters in this type of terrain, out of hand for the last 20 years. It just,
Could be that elk are quite the survivors.
yes, they're smart, and ultimately you need to let us corral them. You guys load them up and sell them to a state that wants some elk, because you know, I don't know what you guys figure the success rate is on hunters, you know, on a piece of property. I'd say in this area it's probably lower than the average, but if I let 10 hunters go out there, I'm going to say 2 are probably lucky to actually get a shot at an elk. Maybe 1.5% to 2% might actually harvest an elk. I mean, and I don't want people, in an inhumane way, taking, they don't need to be shooting 1,000 yards at elk and wounding them. And, that's just not an ethical way to harvest elk. But no, I mean, I think landowners need to work with the commission, and the department to figure out some way to get them under control. Cause I know Area 6, has a big problem with elk. It's probably well over the management objective. I do run livestock in Area 6. We see the same problem there. There's probably, I don't know, I'm going to guess that herd at 4, 5, 6,000 probably. Years ago, I think the management objective was maybe 1,800 head. Hunters it's obvious throughout the state, hunters are not going to take care of the problem. Something else has to be done if you guys want to get, a handle on the elk population and not have, I'm the first person to say, I'd rather have my grass, I'd rather have my hay than have the money from a claim.
Okay.
But it's gotten to the point where,
Explain to me, and it's kind of, when you say mismanagement, that kind of hits me wrong. How was it mismanaged? Give me a couple bullet points.
well, maybe mismanagement is the wrong word. When you, I guess if my cattle operation, if I mismanage, you could tell me I mismanage my cattle operation, if I should run 500 head on a ranch and I'm running 750 head because I don't know how to castrate my bull calves and turn them all loose with my heifers, and I don't cull my herd, I'm mismanaging my herd. It's not the commission's fault. It's not the department's fault, but I don't know, maybe there's a better term that should be used. The elk are smarter than the people and have learned to adapt.
Well, my thing is the department saying, hey, if you allow us to do this, we can help you. And you're saying, no, that's my private property. I'm not going to allow you to do this. So what's your suggestions for the department to do? I mean, I noticed you mentioned the Forest Service, the access and a few things, the private thing, but I mean, I just have a hard time trying to figure out what the department is doing wrong to try when they're saying, hey, we'll help you, but you say no.
Well, sir, I guess my question to you is, how would when you say they offer to help me, I'm doing the same thing that they would be doing, whether they offer to help through a hunter management area. Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, I'm just looking for alternatives. I mean, and it's obviously the department's looking for alternatives too. They're saying, hey, we can help you manage this, but this is what we believe the best thing to do. And you're saying, no, that's not what I want to do. And it's your right as a landowner, of course, but
Right.
I would just offer as kind of a suggestions on what you think we could do as a department to make it better.
Well, I think, I guess a couple thoughts on that is when you say the department offers to help me, I can allow the same number of people on my property and put the same amount of pressure on them as I can as the department can, unless the department is willing to come out. Bill and I have talked about this, getting a Chapter 56 permit. I think that's an option, and we've talked about that, and that we did get one for the other area that we're going to be talking about here in a minute. I think that would be help from the department. I also think, maybe if landowners were given tags, I don't think we should necessarily, due to the extent of the problem, I don't think we should necessarily have to buy the tags. But if you came to every landowner in area 8, area 6 and said, here's 50 elk licenses, do with them as you see fit. That might be a good starting point.
It'd be a good starting point for everybody, the landowner, but everybody else would be screaming bloody murder.
Well, 50 of those other people that are screaming bloody murder may end up with some of those tags.
But I'm saying it's a big state with a lot of hunters, and I mean, it's, anyway, I understand what you're,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Well, no, and I'm open. I mean, it's a problem that extends beyond this area, what Bill and I've tried to work through. I mean, it's a problem greater than that. And ultimately, I think the commission has to realize hunting is not the answer to solving the problem. If we want to solve the problem, it's basically pushing a lot of landowners, to cut their herd size by, I know a couple probably maybe in certain areas up to, 50% of what, the livestock they can run on certain pieces of property because of the amount of elk that come there and utilize the grass. And like I was talking to Matt and Bill about, we're monitoring an area along the river on a claim. I have a center pivot. There's a herd of 300 elk, as Bill's talked about, that come down onto that area. We're monitoring, that herd of elk, monitoring that pivot, trying to figure out, what we can do, with that group of elk. We got the chapter 56 permit, but ultimately we can't keep them out.
Okay, I think I need to move on to get, anybody, the department wants to say anything else? We're just running out of time. We need to, and a lot of this is going over, understand right now for the next one, we're gonna carry over. So the department to say something real quick, but we really need to be tidying this up, moving it on.
Mr. President, Commissioners, I'll keep it brief. Mr. Brokaw, Commissioner Brokaw, I did want to elaborate a little bit on the question you had. So one of the current concerns I do have is that, as we get more access around Mr. Nunn's ranch, is that it's could potentially push elk and keep them on his property. And to give you an idea, is in regards to access and number of hunters, the hunter management area that's neighboring Mr. Nunn, we have that set up for, I believe it's 10 hunters per period. So, you could easily get 40 hunters a month on one ranch. That's, we have to manage hunter density, quality of hunt, all of that sort of thing. So in a 5.5 month season, I mean, let's just be fair and say the elk are there 2 to 3 months. I mean, you can get 80 to 120 hunters out there. That's significantly more than what we're getting now. And that's going to push the elk out of that area. But without, I mean, it's access driven. I mean, the reason we have the number tags we have is these are migratory herd elk, and there's very limited access in Hunt Area 8. And okay. And one other thing I did want to add is over the years, Mr. Nunn and I have worked together. I've sent hunters his way. Anything I can do to help. I mean, I don't like going through the damage claim process any more than he does, but our solution is hunters. So I send hunters his way. And that's up to him to do with, to allow access. So any other questions?
No, I appreciate that.
I think this will conclude, unless the commissioners have any more questions. I think let's conclude this one. I think I've heard plenty, but one thing I need to do though is I'm going to have to call an executive session real quick to go over some legal stuff real quick. So if I could get everybody to move to leave except for the commissioners, we're going to go into executive session for about 10 minutes and then we'll come back in.
President Roberts, I'll make a motion. We go into executive session.
Okay, the motion's made by Commissioner Doobie to go in executive session, seconded by Commissioner Jolovich. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Commissioner Byrd? You there?
Hi. I mean, I'm for it.
Oh, well, there's a majority. We'll go into executive session. Thank you.
Do we get a
Tell
retain
her to
Travis?
text A or yay.
Do we get a retain Travis?
Yay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we back on. Okay, we're back in session from the executive session. Right now, what I'll be, and this is in regards to item number 5 on the damage claim appeal of 22153. I'm going to open it up for any kind of a motion at this point. Is anybody going to?
Mr. President, I have a question for the game fish.
Okay.
Have we offered to try any other techniques to move the elk off that property with our little floaty wild man guys and other types of issues? Turn coyotes loose on them, wolves.
And witness concern over that standard, we have not. Oh, sorry. Get me out of the sticks and I gotta deal with technology. We haven't. It's too problematic. I've got to be really cognizant of his concerns over fence damage. I don't want to be the one that causes it or causes extra damage.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Byrd, do you have any questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
Do I hear any motions?
Mr. President,
Okay,
Mr. Nunn? I don't, we have some latitude when it comes to the recruitment issue. We do. But boy, I wish you would have said to me a little while ago, we'll try whatever you guys want to do. Let's get together. Let's both sides get together. Let's try to do whether it's an HMA, whether it's some other form of management style to try to rectify this. I would have wished you would say that and I'd do something. But that worries me that we're going to be right back in this room again next year. And I don't want to do that. Do you understand the quandary you kind of put me in? Me personally, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not denying your damage. You got damage. You got lots of elk. That's true of lots of places in the state. I'm really questioning your efforts to put hunters on there. That's not very many people. I only counted 23 that actually made it onto your property, not 27, unless I counted them wrong. But that's either needed here. 3 or 4 one way or another doesn't matter that much. But just the sheer fact that you have hunters on your property, you could have one guy chasing all them elk all over the place and he could put them onto the neighbors. I just don't think that's the quandary I make. We don't want to set a precedence here. We don't want to do a lot of different things. We want to be fair and right. That's why this program is. We're one of the best wildlife damage programs in the United States. And we're trying to be fair all the way around. But you have to help us too. And that's the quandary you're putting me in.
Okay. Wow, that's loud.
There he is.
I understand, what you're saying as far as you feel like I maybe didn't put enough hunters on the property. I guess I've have hunters that have, are normally out on the property from, from deer season through the end of the rifle season. I don't think those elk are going to know the difference between, my hunters that would come through me and the hunters that are going to come through the department. I don't know. I guess I see where you're coming from, but I feel like if I have 5, 3, 5, 7, 10 vehicles out there, I don't think the elk are going to know the difference between people that came through me and people that came through a hunter management area. But I appreciate your concern about putting more hunters out there. Bill and I have talked about this, especially on the river herd. I've worked with Matt since August 15th, trying to get those elk trained to stay out of my pivot. I didn't go as far as opening it up to a hunter management area, but there's not been a single person that's contacted me to come to my property that I've turned away. There's game and fish personnel, I don't know if it's office personnel or what, that have came out, I think, with 8 different hunters that I've allowed access for. You know, they're hunting on a, you know, basically a 200-acre pivot, trying to catch the elk there, you know, before they leave to go to my neighbor's property. There's not been a single person that I've turned away. I don't recall last year at all turning away a single person that contacted me, whether it was somebody that contacted Bill that, you know, he gave him my contact information, that I told him, no, you can't come hunt on my property. I told him I have a list of people that are hunting on my property. Those people are out there, haven't had an opportunity. And I said, when they do, then you guys go ahead and come out. But consistently from the time the elk were there until the end of January, I had hunters on the property, and we did try to move the elk around. And I do know that moving forward, I'm willing to look at what, you know, different scenarios on, you know, how we can help alleviate, you know, the problem for everybody. Just having hunters out there and pushing them onto somebody else's property isn't going to solve the problem, because we're just throwing that problem onto somebody else. I think that's one thing that we need to consider. We can have hunters, we can run them out of Wyoming. They're going to run along the border and go to somebody else's property, and they're going to have the exact problem that, you know, that I have. So it's going to alleviate the problem with me, but just throw it right back onto somebody else. It's kind of my thought on that, but I don't feel like there's been anybody that, you know, wanted to hunt on my property that I told them, no, you can't. I've had several people over the course of the summer that, you know, they say, hey, my son or my daughter or myself has an Area 8 tag, will you let us go hunting? I said, absolutely. I was like, just get a hold of me when you can go. And I was like, we'll make it work.
But you didn't. You only let that number on because you said the other people were hunting and taking the time up. So you didn't actually let all those 33 people on there. Correct?
No, I think all the 33 people on this list went.
Don't have 100 days or anything else for them.
I told, those are the people that I said I had granted permission to go on the property. I just said, go when you want to go. And I said, that's fine. I'm not going to put information on here that is not accurate. That I'm not going to say, yeah, the last 5 people on my list, I've allowed, you know, they went 5 days when I don't know 100% sure that they were there 5 days.
So you're saying that list you provided us with the people on there, you had 23 of them, whatever, that had 100 days and whatnot. And then there's a bunch below that adds up to 33 that you don't have any, whether they hunted or not. You don't know whether they did or not. I thought you said that those people didn't get called because you had
No,
others in front
not
of them
these
weren't
people
done
on the,
yet.
not these people on the list. These people on the list were people that I gave access to. I told them it's fine to hunt my property, but I did not know how many days or when they went on my property, and I did not put down.
All right, well, I misunderstood you on that one because
I'm sorry.
I thought you took everybody with
Yeah.
you.
Only on, no, on this other claim that we're dealing with, I take all of these people with me because it's such a consolidated area where we're hunting, and we have, you know, 5 or 6 different groups of livestock and fences. But no, all the people out here on this claim that we are addressing right now, I do not take, there was only 3 of those people that I took, and those were the 3 paying customers. Everybody else on the list, went on their own, and I had given them permission to access my property. The ones that I do not have days for are people I gave permission to that I do not know when they went or how many days they did go, but I told them it was fine to go to my property, told them how to get there, and said, just whenever you want to go and you can go ahead and go.
I will apologize for that. I did not understand it that way at all. So,
But there were in the claim, when the claim was wrote up by the department, there was a statement in there that said there was hunters from the public that had contacted me that never got contacted back. I do not know who those are. I don't recall that, but it was stated in the original claim, and that's why I addressed it. I don't know who those were. I don't recall anybody contacting me that I told them, you know, you couldn't go, or that I didn't get back to. I don't know who those people are, but I'm just saying I wanted to address that because it was stated in my claim, making it seem like there were people that contacted me and I never got back to them, which I'm not,
that's highly possible. It could happen. I'm not saying it didn't, but I don't know who those are. And I look back through my messages and I do not know who that is. There, one person that comes to mind, Bill told me he had a gentleman at the Game and Fish that wanted to come out, and we were having the elk in the haystacks towards the end of the season. And I said, Bill, that whenever they come back, he's the next guy that can come out. Those elk were so nocturnal that they would be in my haystacks at night and they would leave 2 hours before daylight and be back on the neighboring property. Nobody could shoot them. So
I gotta move this along here, and that's gonna be in the middle of the next claim too, right? Okay. I gotta keep it moving. So is there any
Mr.
other?
President,
Okay.
I would like the floor.
Okay.
I think JT has a unique situation here on this claim, on his rangeland bordering the state of Colorado. There's nothing we can do in our management strategy to alleviate Colorado elk coming and eating his calving grass. Because the commission has the discretion to go against our own regulation, I move we award JT Nunn damage claim number 22153 in full, $24,600.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Brokaw to pay the claimant $24,600. Do I hear a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's seconded by Commissioner Ladwig. Any discussion?
Yes, I have discussion. I know there's some concern about JT not bringing the attention of the fence damage to Mr. Brinegar and that it just showed up on the claim. I don't know how the regulation speaks to that, but I think that from the photos and the video, whether you want to call that grass damage or fence damage, it still fits within the damage that JT received. I would challenge JT with this award to continue working with the department and find a solution that keeps this herd or gets this herd under control. So I struggle with the fact that he didn't tell Bill up front that he was going to file for fencing, but I still think it fits within the parameters of his presentation today, and I'm comfortable with that award as well.
I didn't see anything with the fencing. I seen 27 miles of fence. Nothing specific. I just seen, all I seen was, my fence. And that's, so I don't know. I mean, it's, be anything, but there's no, where's the proof?
Mr. President, I appreciate that very much, and I think I'm friendly to JT on the fencing subject, fencing elk my own self. It would be very hard to document elk damage. Here's a broken post. There's some broken wires. There's 10 broken posts. It's just such a labor intensive thing, I guess, from rancher to rancher. I believe you. They tear it up.
well, Mr. Roberts, sometime the first part of May, you're more than welcome to come to my ranch. Bring a four-wheeler or I'll provide you a four-wheeler and we can tour that 27 miles of fence. And granted, it's in 2022, but you can see what we deal with year in and year out. I apologize, I guess, to Bill for the fact, I guess when him and I talked, I said I was going to file a damage claim on those elk. There was one conversation when he said, I'm surprised you have not done this, a lot sooner than now. And we had that conversation a year ago, maybe, because I've dealt with these elk for quite some time and never filed a claim on them. But I guess when I, spoke with him and said I was filing a claim on this herd of elk, that it was grass and fence that was being damaged, I just kind of assumed that was a given because everybody that, kind of associated with the elk knows the damage of the grass goes hand in hand with the fences they go through. So I apologize for not being more clear to him on that fence stuff. I do have pictures of damaged fence on my phone. But I figured that was kind of a minor item in the big picture of things on what we're talking about here. So I did not put that on there, but if you need to see that, I'm happy to show you that.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to pay the claimant 24,600. All those in favor, signal aye.
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 All those opposed,
Nay.
we'll have, I can't, Commissioner Byrd, I haven't,
Okay, I think I'm on now. I was in favor of it.
okay. Motion carries then with only one against that, you'd be compensated $24,600.
Thank you for that consideration.
Thank you. Next one, let's go to, and this one, and I apologize, but I gotta really keep this moving because we are really dragging. And so let's try to take this one concise. This is going to be 22-154 on the damage claim appeal for it's the second part of the second. Thank you.
President Roberts, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission, this is an appeal for claim number 22-154 with JT Nunn. This claim was filed June 23rd, 2022. 62 tons of stored hay damaged by elk and 27.41 tons of windrow damage for a total claim of $22,355. This is a claim filed on property that is leased by Mr. Nunn. The department investigated and made the recommendation to deny the claim in full because the landowner does not allow adequate hunting. So it's very similar to the claim that we just discussed. In addition to that, the department had previously provided stackyard material on the property to fence some of the stacks. In the summer of 2021, that fencing was never installed. That could have helped prevent any further damage to some of this. And in addition to that, the damage that's being claimed for the windrows was not reported in a timely enough fashion for Warden Brinegar to observe and investigate that there was indeed damage done to that windrow hay by elk. And for those reasons, the department has recommended denial of the claim. I'll ask Mr. Nunn to come forward. And again, I'll present you some information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys ready?
Sure.
Okay, we'll move right along. So same case here. This is dealing with stored hay that elk got into, and anyways, I guess the main points that I would like to emphasize on this one is that well, it stated the landowner does not allow adequate hunting access. I'm going to point out a couple of things that I would think are important to that. But I feel like it's the number of hunters that I'd be required to take. I don't know where we draw the line on what herd is what. We're going to say, for the sake of conversation, last winter there was 200 head of elk that we consistently saw in these haystacks. I was told that that would take 60 hunters to meet the requirement based on those 200 head of elk. That's what Matt from the local department told me when he came and met with me. That's 60 hunters on, I'm going to say, maybe 1,500, 2,000 acres, just a ballpark guess. We have 1,500 to 2,000 head of cattle on that same amount of area. The key to this area, or the key to my point, I think, on this claim is the fact that these elk are, I would say, 97% nocturnal onto our property and in these haystacks. I could have 100 hunters lined up to come shoot them out of these haystacks or out of these hay meadows, but they just are not on the property more than a couple hunters worth, and they're on the neighbor's property, and they stay there all day. They come a couple hours after dark. They show up for 4 or 5 hours at night, maybe longer, and they leave 2 hours before legal shooting light in the morning. So it doesn't matter how many hunters we take out there, the elk aren't there when we can shoot them. So the property they go to is Simon Ranch. Simon Ranch has all their stackyards fenced by material that was given to them by the department. I contacted them, said, hey, we have hunters. We need to shoot some of these elk. they're not on our place. They keep staying on your place. Can we go hunt on your property? Can you do something? Because we need to get these elk moved out of here. The manager that I talked to said the owner does not want people on his property, does not want us out there or anybody else hunting those elk. So we're stuck in a scenario where his stackyards are fenced. Some of mine are. I think there's 3 of mine that have been fenced out of 17 stackyards that I have that have roughly 2,500 ton of hay in them. We're talking a lot of hay. The amount of damage I'm claiming on here is very, very minor compared to the amount of total hay those elk could have got into. I feel like the fact that they are on the neighbor's property, all day when we can hunt them, and that he has his backyard fenced, we were kind of stuck in a situation when he won't let us go hunt on the property and didn't have people hunting them. We couldn't do much with them. We did have fencing supplies were brought to me the year before. I had a claim that was approved, paid on roughly, I think, 80 ton of hay the year before. These same elk got in that haystack and destroyed it, or in one haystack and destroyed it. That claim was paid. Bill brought me one stackyard's worth of material, I believe, what was brought to the ranch. We discussed it. The material that was brought was not enough to go around the size of the stackyard that currently was there. I told him we needed enough stuff for another stackyard to complete one stackyard. So that material was then brought at a later time. I don't have an endless workforce. We did not get that material put up that summer. So that material that was brought for that stackyard did not get put up. And I realized we didn't have time to get to it. I contacted CW Fencing out of Rock River. They never contacted me back. We got a hold of a guy out of Steamboat. He wasn't able to come until this summer. I've got a picture in this slideshow showing that material has been put up. It wasn't being refused to be used. I just didn't have the workforce, the time to get it put up immediately after that second load of material was brought so we could complete that one stackyard. I made it very clear to Mr. Brenniger and to Matt that the damaged hay that was in that stackyard was excluded from the claim because the material was sitting there. We didn't get it put up. I excluded that hay from the claim. So that should have never been brought up in the claim because it wasn't part of the claim. And I realized that was on us. We couldn't find anybody to put it up. I don't have enough guys to get it all done. But as of right now, that material is put up and that stackyard is fenced out. We put up, the landowner has put $25,000 towards putting up high fences around this property in the last 4 months because he realizes it's a problem. I've told him it's a problem and he's like, I'm willing to help. So he's put $25,000 to building stackyards. I believe we got 3 stackyards built at our own expense without material provided by the department to try to do our part to help, get this problem resolved as far as them getting in the haystacks. So those points are probably the most of the primary topics that I want you guys to focus on. We can move through this slideshow quick and go from there. Okay, just wanted to make sure I knew where we were at. So here's a list of the hunters. These are some of the same hunters, but this list is bigger than the list on the last claim because the landowner had a group of hunters or some hunters that he let go that did not hunt on the other property, which was my property, but there's more hunters that could have hunted on this property than what hunted on the last claim. You're probably going to wonder, well, there's people on this list that are also on the other list. And that's exactly right, because if I had a person that I gave access to and we didn't find elk on the other property, we would go look on this property or vice versa. It's all one operation. It's all one hunt area. There's no discretion between myself as one place to another. It's the hunters that had permission that I was taking. We were just trying to find elk for them to shoot somewhere. So I believe that was 30. I think there was 38 hunters for a total of 210 days. On the claim, I think I had 27 combined. That's because the hunters that the landowner had let go were not included on that, so it's actually a few more than what was on the original claim. But again, it goes back to my point. It didn't matter how many hunters we have out there, and Bill, I think will even agree to the same thing. The elk are nocturnal, and all of our problems were at night. He brought out panels. We'd put up electric fence around stack yards. Did everything we could do to keep them out of the stack yards that they were getting into. He worked with us to try to get it, provide us the stuff, which he did. In a matter of a couple of days, we got it all put up and, kept them out of the majority of the stack yards from a couple weeks after we started having trouble, I would say. The next slide, it stated in the claim that the landowner did not allow public access. I think the term public access and hunting access is where we differ right here on this. The landowner is in agreement with allowing hunting on his property. This is a text between myself and the landowner. I do not, in my lease, it wasn't an issue at the time I did my lease about, the elk wasn't a problem. So we didn't even talk about hunting. I'm not going to take people down on piece of land that I lease without getting permission from the landowner. So it's not written in my lease, but there is a text between Mr. Clark and myself stating the fact that it says, I told him that we'd shot 3 cows, which he'd granted us permission to do prior to that first text. It goes on to show the fact that I asked him if we could go ahead and keep taking some more cows because they were still getting in the haystacks. And he's in the answer that he responded in the text said, yes, go ahead. Yes. He said, yes, take some. So that text is there to validate the fact that the landowner is allowing hunting access. It's just not public access to him means throwing the gates open and letting anybody go that wants to go. When we have 5 employees down doing work, different groups of livestock divided into different pastures, people out doing the work, him and myself and him do not feel like it's safe or the thing to do. This is absolutely a spot where a hunter management area would not work because of the concentration of the livestock and the number of people we have working in a small area. It just would not work.
So what is it? Explain to me about, we'll absolutely not shoot a bull.
In the text,
Mhm.
because he likes shooting the bulls, I guess. And he had told us that we could take cows and not bulls. So I confirmed with him that we would not shoot bulls, that we would only shoot cows. And I guess my understanding from talking with Matt and Bill, the cows are what we want to shoot because
We pay for cows, but not bull. We pay for.
does it, what's that?
Well, I just saying, it's like, he wants to pay for just, we shoot a cow, but not a bull, but they eat the same, right? I mean, it's kind of a,
Does it
you
matter?
know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's like you're saying, okay, you want the damages, right? But you don't want the damages from the bulls because you won't shoot the bulls, you'll just shoot the cows. Or the landowner, I should say.
That's the landowner's request and I'm honoring what he asked.
You
Bill,
want compensated for this, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. But you won't shoot a bull, this cow. I'm just getting this correct, yes.
Not on his property if he tells me not to. In talking with Matt and Bill, the cows is what he said we needed to reduce the numbers on, and that's what I had requested to the landowner is if we could shoot cows. I never asked him if we could shoot bulls. All I asked him is if we could take some cows, because Bill and I had been talking about we needed to get some hunters in there. I'd asked
Well,
him,
obviously you've had conversations with him before because you're pretty stressing this. Absolutely will not shoot a bull. That's what and then you exclamation mark too. So obviously like you said, you've had conversations with him on this.
yeah, he's told us we could take cows. If you tell me that I can't, shoot bulls, I'm gonna ask you for permission to shoot cows, and I'm gonna say we won't shoot the bulls. So reassure him. But I was happy to get the access or the okay for him to allow people on the property to hunt something. And I was only trying to reassure him because if we don't work with the landowners, I think we all kind of know where the trend's headed. Big money comes in, buys the ranches, and they don't care if people access the property and have any hunting. I felt like we were making a step in the right direction to get the okay from this gentleman to allow us, to take some cow hunters on the property. And I was trying to reassure him of the fact that he could trust myself and my employees that were taking these people, that we were going to honor his request. That's, I guess that's the best I can explain that scenario.
Yeah, I just want to clarify.
Any other questions on that? And that's the same landowner that this summer put $25,000 into, out of his own pocket, into fencing material for high fences around these stackyards, because we had 17 stackyards. Mr. Haley gave us material for a high fence stackyard years ago. A few years after that, I believe he gave us another one, or maybe it was Mr. Brenniger, I can't remember. We had put up that one, and then Bill brought us the stuff for the third one, which took what they consider one stackyard. It takes two of those to build one the size that we need to get our equipment in and get the amount of hay in there. So if you gave me one stackyard, it takes two of those to build the size that we built. The Simon Ranch right next to us, exact same way. They've used two of the Game and Fish stackyards to make one of their own. So
Who are we compensating, you or the landowner?
the claim is with myself, TY Cattle Company. I'm the one that has the lease on the property, and I'm the one that owns the hay. It's my hay, my livestock, it's his land. Okay, we can move on to the next slide. This is the text between Mr. Clark and Bill. The landowner was inquiring about how many elk needed to be harvested out of the river herd. This basically just shows the communication between Mr. Clark and Bill, stating that the landowner states in there that he is willing, Mr. Clark agrees to do his part, is what he stated. I was not part of that conversation, but I interpret that as allowing, people to come down and shoot some elk, as well as help fence out these stack yards that the elk are getting into and doing the damage on, which he has put that money out. And the stack yards, there's three new stack yards that we put up just this summer. We still have 11 to go. So it's $25 for 3 stack yards, 2 of which he provided all the material for and the labor. The third one is the one the material was provided for by the department, and we provided the labor. So this text just shows the communication with him and Bill. I know there was talk between Mr. Clark and Mr. Brenniger about the access on the property. It stated that the landowner kept it limited to friends and family. Him and I don't know when Mr. Brenniger and him had talked, but I've had many conversations with the landowner stating the problem with the elk and how many there are. He told me probably a year and a half ago that we needed to kill some cows out of that herd. And that's, where things led to with these texts, and myself taking the hunters down there. All these hunters that we took on this property were non-paying hunters. I did not even collect a trespass fee or any money for my time, my fuel, to take these people down to where the elk were, show them where they were, help them load them. We put many hours into trying to get people into this property to kill some of these elk, and we have lasted maybe 3 or 4 groups of people, and the elk got smart too and started spending all their time on the neighboring ranch during the day and started coming in at night. But by that time, very shortly after, Bill had got us all the material, he brought us some hog panels. We busted our butt for 4 or 5 days and got all 17 stack yards or 14 stack yards. We got the panels put up around those stack yards, wired up so the elk could not get in there. It says that the claim was not investigated. I don't really know what that meant because we saw game and fish personnel out there, during the time that we had, reported the elk being on the property. They did get it. They got in some windrows. We normally have a section of land that we don't bale the hay on. We just windrow it, let the cows in on it later in the winter. So this herd of elk would come in. They were on the haystacks. They would work their way through the haystacks. Sometimes they'd be on the windrows. Sometimes they were in the haystacks. When we got them to the point where they couldn't get in the haystacks, then the only option was the windrows. At that point, I told a couple of guys that worked for me, we normally save those windrows so we could put our livestock on there. When we started calving one herd of our cows, we have a group of cows that doesn't calve until May. We would normally put the May calving cows on those windrows when we started calving, so we didn't have to spend the time to go feed them. When the elk started getting into those windrows, I moved the livestock into the windrows about a month earlier than I normally would have, just for the fact that I wanted the livestock to utilize them and not the elk. So I had to basically kind of change around part of my operation in order to not sacrifice, a huge portion of those windrows. So that's what happened on the windrows. I put the cows in on it. Once we figured out the elk were not going to leave and they were on the windrows, I just changed, brought them in a month earlier than I normally would, just to try to push the elk out of them. I think we can move on from this. Here's a picture of the stackyard location where the material was provided that it says it was not utilized. That's a picture of the material that we had been given. Put it up. We went around, just moved a couple feet away from the perimeter of the old fence, just because of time reasons, to get it put up, and then we'd tear down the old fence inside of it. So that's just documentation showing that the material that was provided has been put to use. The only reason it wasn't put to use sooner is because we could not get a contractor there to do it, and I didn't have enough guys to take care of all the normal things that go on the ranch, plus the building stackyards. From here, pretty much should just be pictures showing the damage on the haystacks. That's just a picture showing one of the stacks. Here's some text between myself, one of the guys that works for me, and Bill. Bill had asked us to keep track of the amount of hay that we found that was damaged. I asked one of my employees to keep track of that. I felt like it wasn't right for me to be the one coming up with that number and doing the counting, so I asked one of my employees for him to keep track. And so that is a text there between myself, Bill, and that employee, letting Bill know how much damage that he'd kept track of throughout the winter. Here's another picture. Is that a video, or is that a picture, just a picture? Okay, some of these pictures of stackyards were videos because I drove all the way around the stackyard, so you could see the damage all the way around them. But if it's not going to play, that's one side of the stackyard, and I'm gonna tell you the rest of the sides look very, very similar. There's another picture of another stackyard. There's a picture of another stackyard they got into with 2 elk that we harvested one morning on the property. There's one elk in the right corner. You can't really tell. I mean, once you see it, you can tell it's an elk. The one on the left side there, there's 2 guys working on that elk. That's just documentation to let you guys know that there were hunters on the property. Here's another picture. This is a stackyard that I have that is on, actually, this stackyard's located on my property, not on Mr. Clark's property. This is a high fence stackyard that was given to me, or the material was given to me, I'm going to say 10 to 12 years ago. The elk got to the point where they basically just tore down tore down the side of the stack yard. Got in the stack yard and tore up what hay was left in there. There was only, 5 or 6, 7 big square bales at that point that they got into and tore up. But that is one of the 2 high fence stack yards that they got into. The other one was down on Mr. Clark's property, but they've gotten to the point they figured out how to knock down some of the high fence and get inside the stack yards. Another picture of a location. This is on my property, not Mr. Clark's property. That was one night. I don't know how many elk. I did not see those elk, but that's one night of what they did on those bales. There's another picture on the same property. This picture is on Mr. Clark's property. Just another picture of one of the 14 stack yards that we were having trouble with them getting into. There's another picture of another stack yard. And like I told Matt and Mr. Brenniger, I don't spend the amount of money I do on fertilizer, labor, fuel, haying machinery, to put those bales up in perfectly fine condition and have the elk go in there and tear them up like that. The problem I have with that is I normally feed the hay that I put up that might get rained on. That's not, the higher quality hay I feed myself. I sell the higher quality hay normally. Well, it's always the higher quality hay that seems to get tore up that the elk get into, greener, nicer. The problem that we run into is those elk tear up the hay that I would normally sell. I cannot sell that hay. Guy, you can't load those bales. When those bales get tore up like that, you can't put them on a semi. People will not buy it. It smells like elk urine. There's elk droppings in the hay, and it's just not marketable hay. So I'm in a situation where I have the bad hay. It's worth substantially less. I don't really want to sell it at a discounted price. I can sell the good quality hay at market price, but when the bales are tore up, nobody wants them and I can't sell them. So that's the scenario we run into. Another picture of another stack yard. Another picture of another location. Okay, these pictures show what the grass looks like, the damage that is caused by these elk. During the growing season, you'll see my point to these pictures when we get further through this. But that's a picture through the swather window. That's an elk trail through the grass. There's a picture of one smaller group of elk. That's again taken out of the swather window. There's another picture of another group of elk. We're literally 200 yards from them in the haying equipment, say end of July, first part of August. Another picture of, I believe, another group might have been the same as that last group, but here's the video. Well, will that video play? This is probably the best video I have. I believe it was, okay, we'll play this one, but I think it was the next one. This is probably the one video that shows the total number of elk in this river herd better than any of them, because I have both herds on the same video, so you can actually document the fact, of close to how many elk we're dealing with.
Didn't you say you don't allow hunt on this herd here? Didn't you say these are the herds that stay there all year, right?
Yes, sir. This is the herd that stays there all year.
And do you allow hunting on this herd
This is,
down at the river bottom?
yes, I do on the property that I own, as well as what I just documented in those texts from Mr. Clark, that we allow hunting on this property. So
This is leased area down through the river bottom, or this is your area?
there's pictures of both.
Okay.
I have pictures on here of my property as well as the lease property. And the reason I did that is I feel like it's one hunt area. It's one I'm one operation. I don't know, I guess in my mind, I don't feel like it had to be separated, but
I understand.
I can, if you need it separated, I can show you.
Oh, I understand.
We're gonna move to the next video. I think, did we just play that one or is that a new one? So I don't know, I would say there's roughly, I don't know, a little over 100 head of elk in that group, probably. 100 to 150, 25 to 150 maybe. Okay, we'll go to the next video. This video here shows both groups of elk that we pretty much deal with year round. That's one herd of elk right there. I'm gonna say at least 150. Directly behind me, here's the second herd of elk. So I'm being conservative and saying there's 300 head. I've talked to the manager of the Simon Ranch about it. He feels like 300 is very low. He feels like there's more like 400 or 500, but I'm saying 300 to be conservative. But that's the first time Bill or I have had a chance to document both herds or the majority of the elk that I feel like are down there on one set of pictures or one video. That's the first time I ever had them somewhat in the same location. Here's a picture out the swather window of what the grass looks like after the elk have been laying in it, walking through it. You can't tip the swather head down low enough to pick up the hay. They may only eat a very small portion, but the amount they damage that just gets laid on the ground and stomped down and laid on, I mean, it's very, very substantial. And that's what it looks like throughout very large portions of the river bottom where these elk live. Another picture of the trails they make through the grass and just lay it down. They go lay in the river during the day for shelter and shade and work their way back there, morning and night. That's what it ends up looking like. Another picture of where they lay down in the hay. There's a picture of hay bales. We kick the bales out of the baler. Normally we're just a few days behind to pick those bales up, put them, get them stacked in our stack yards. That's what's happening to the bales before we can get them put in a stack yard. That's within just a few days of us baling that hay. We're out there driving around, working, in the same location, and that's what happens at night. So I just wanted to point this out. I figured up the total cost for 1 year on 200 head of elk. And again, I used the 0.48 AUMs per elk. Came up with that number, times it by 12 months to come up with the total AUMs. Come up with 1,152 AUMs. And from my knowledge and my education, back then when I was in college and had range management classes, it was 800 pounds of forage per AUM. I don't know if that's still the standard, but it has to be pretty close. So I used 800 pounds of forage for 852 AUMs, calculated out 460 tons of forage at $250 a ton. That's $115,000. The total cost of what those elk are costing landowners along this river bottom. There's roughly 200 head of elk in that herd. They used to winter south away from the river bottom. They'd go out on BLM land, state land, probably some of my other private land that was in the last claim, on some of Simon's land. They never wintered on the river. We never had issues with them in the haystacks, but now we do. But this herd primarily resides on the property of three different landowners. Maybe Bill, I don't know if he agrees with me on that or not. If we expand our range out to some other landowners, I think we're looking at definitely more elk than the 200 head that I'm counting here. But what I wanted to show you guys was that $115,000 is a realistic number on what it costs us for 1 year for these elk on the river between all the ranches that they stay on. And so I felt like it was fair to divide that by 3 and figure it cost myself $38,000, $38,400. That's excluding fence damage for that herd of elk, for that 200 head of elk. On my claim, I was asking for $22,355. So I'm $16,000 below probably what it actually cost me for those elk. And I was only claiming the damage of the hay. None of the grass that was damaged during the growing season, just the hay that was damaged after it was put up and stored. So again, I think we're at the end of everything that I have on this one. I just want to reiterate the fact that the landowner is allowing hunting access on the property. Myself or one of my employees goes with all these hunters that he allows to go on the property. I have a list of, I can show you in my phone on my notes of probably 40, 45 people that have contacted me this year that are on the list that we're working through to take down there. I spoke with Mr. Clark a few days ago. He said that he'd already harvested close to 12 cows on the property. And he's pretty much through all the people that have contacted him. And now I'm starting to work on taking the people down there that have contacted me. I've been working with Matt since August 15th on my pivot and on the damage that occurred, has occurred there throughout the summer. We were supposed to put up cages to monitor the damage the 1st of May. That was our talk last year. I did not get a call from any personnel from the department until August 29th, probably, about putting up cages to monitor the damage on my pivot. I was contacted by Matt. I told him, yeah, I said, that's fine. I said, but what's the point in putting up cages at the end of the growing season? He said, well, we need to see what they're eating now. I said, that's fine. But I'm like, those cages should have been put up the 1st of May. So we put up cages on August 29th, but that's a whole nother issue. It doesn't have anything to do with the numbers on this claim. But my point is, I've been working with Matt. He got a chapter 56 permit to take some elk off this pivot. I believe he told me he has a permit for, did you do it now?
25,
For 25 head.
I think so.
I think he told me he's killed, I believe, 3 elk. And that's game and fish personnel with night vision. He's only been able to kill 3. And that's since middle of August. But I have been working with him and many other hunters. There's pretty much been a hunter on the property, or a couple hunters on my property, pretty much nonstop since August 15th. Those elk, as Bill was saying, you try to train them. We've been trying to train them for the last 3 or 4 years on my property. And it's not, it's training them to come at night and leave during the day is what we're training them to do. They don't leave. They leave during the day. So.
Yeah, I gotta get moving along. So,
Okay, well,
we need to.
all right. Well, thank you for the time.
And then, yeah, we need to.
A lot of help. A lot of munched up hay bales.
Mr. President, Commissioners, I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible, but I do want to stress some points. In both claims, Mr. Nunn has talked about he's blending everything together. He's got 3 different claims with us. He's showing you pictures from multiple claims, and I think it's kind of muddying the waters here. There's pictures of damage from multiple claims. He's blending the amount of hunters that he's allowing access to, combining all of them. The way it works is it's the property in question, the property that he's filing damages on. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Just real quick on the Simon fencing issue that Mr. Nunn brought up. When I came to Laramie, it was pretty obvious that there was a herd of elk on the river. There's a lot of hay grown on the river. And as Mr. Nunn stated, he's the only one interested in filing damages. The other two property owners are not. But doing my due diligence, I provide, if we have them available, of course, Mr. Nunn would take priority if we have materials within the region. But when people come to me about hay damage, I give them stackyard fencing if we've got them. So he kind of making it seem like I'm being unfair, but these other landowners are not filing damages. and
Well,
they-
I got a quick question. When he says this, and it was from the last one, it says, my neighboring ranch has been given 14 stackyards and does not allow hunting. I said I'd bring up that point. So what's your response to that point? Just what you said?
So actually, the previous manager, which is the current manager's father, they did allow more hunting at the time. But in the last couple of years, he moved on to a different ranch and now they almost allow no hunting now. So when those stackyards were given to them, they did allow some level of hunting. But the reason I started giving out stackyards is because those elk were closer to the mountain. I didn't want them conditioned to getting hay all the time, stored hay. So as many haystacks as we could get fenced as possible, the better, because it could turn into a bad situation. And I can't stress enough, this property is not owned by Mr. Nunn. He didn't pay for the fencing materials. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Reb Clark is the actual owner. Mr. Nunn leases it from him. And the reason I bring that up is I mean, part of my job is to maintain relations with the landowners. So I have lots of communications with Mr. Clark as well as Mr. Nunn. And Mr. Clark, it puts me in a bad situation as a game warden because I've had good relations with Mr. Nunn over the years. And then I've got Mr. Clark. So Mr. Nunn wants to file damages. Mr. Clark has been adamant with me. He does not want department money. Like he doesn't, the reason that he paid to fence off those stackyards, he was adamant. He did not want our materials. He didn't want it because he didn't like the way it felt. And he told me that he does not want damages filed on his property. He does not like this, but that's between he and Mr. Nunn. I just wanted to be clear on that. And he didn't just open the gates for Mr. Nunn to allow whoever he wanted to take hunting. It was a handful of hunters. Mr. Clark likes to manage the hunters that are on his property because it's his property. He bought the ranch. He's from out of state. He bought the ranch because the elk are there. He does not want the elk ran off the property. So it's very limited hunting. That makes it really difficult to meet that threshold for Mr. Nunn to qualify for damages, but he leases a property. He does not own it.
But so, okay. I was trying to. Go ahead. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make all the, go ahead.
And feel free to interrupt me if you.
Well, I mean, we want a whole bunch of damage claims here, but then the other ones, well, we love the elk. We want them there the whole time. I mean, it's like, what do we want? I mean, how does the department respond to something like that?
Mr. President, you can understand my conundrum as the game warden for the area. It's pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're trying to go through.
And one thing I really wanted to stress that's different from the previous claim we talked about is in that claim, those elk weren't there the whole season. These are resident elk. There's 200 to 300 elk that give Mr. Nunn problems. We have a 5.5 month season with more than adequate licenses available to meet that hunter threshold to qualify for damages, and we're not getting there. I've sent hunters his way, but we're not going to get there in this one because the actual landowner doesn't want that much hunting. He wants the elk on the property. That's my frustration as a game warden. I mean, the licenses are there. And there's plenty of folks right in town that would take advantage of that if they got a phone call. Mr. Nunn made references to his stack yards. They're not his stack yards. They're Mr. Clark's stack yards. And Mr. Clark, I actually called him recently and said, how you coming on? Because he was adamant, I'm going to get high fence material from Texas. That's where he's from. And he's got a contractor that has like a single high fence. He just likes using that material. I said, how you coming on that? Because I'm really trying to alleviate this problem coming into winter. And he said they had 3, which I think Mr. Nunn stated. And I said, well, we have materials sitting here in our yard. If materials is a problem, he said, materials is not the problem. He said, what do I have to do so that this problem goes away? And I said, well, what exactly are you talking about? And he said, so you're not worried about us filing damages. So he does not like the fact that damages are being filed on his property, but this puts me in an awkward position because I'm trying to maintain relations with JT and the actual owner. Just so you understand where I'm coming from. And the materials, it was a little misconceiving. It was stated that we did not give enough materials to cover one of the stack yards. I do have a PowerPoint, but I had a lot to say before that. I'm just going to run through this. And, during this, when he called us about damages, we did everything in our power. I loaded every hog panel that was in our game and fish yard in Laramie, which took a forklift, a lot of hog panels, several trailer loads, so we could help him out. I brought him electric wire, brought Zon guns. We did everything in our power to help him out during that period. This gives you an idea of the size of it. It's a pretty big property. I think there might be an old pivot on there, but it's mostly irrigated hay pasture. But you can see they're spread out. And that's all owned by Mr. Clark. And the reason we have in there about not utilizing materials is, if the elk are eating you out of house and home and we bring you materials, I kind of expect you to help yourself a little bit. And Mr. Nunn has more employees than most ranchers I deal with. It's a step above just your little mom and pop operation. And so that's why I even put that in there. They were still laying on the ground where they were delivered before this damage was even filed. So. And another thing I wanted to bring up is this property, Mr. Nunn doesn't have hunting rights on this property. Mr. Clark controls that because that's why he owns a ranch. He likes the elk. Him and his boys hunt. They allow some friends. They allow folks from the University Foundation to hunt. It's not just an open door policy. I actually brought up with Mr. Clark because of the hay damage, because this costs us a lot of money, the option of a potential Chapter 56 permit. And his words to me, and I quote, were, hell no, I don't want to do that, because he does not want to run the elk out of there. And I know I'm being redundant, but I just want to stress that the landowner doesn't want the elk out of there. He likes the elk there. And, I do feel for JT. He's on the river. He's got 2 landowners, Simons and Clark, like the elk. But this particular damage claim isn't on his property. This is on somebody who wants the elk. He leases it for the hay. He leases it. I think he's got a combination lease with the landowner for the cattle grazing. There's no doubt the elk are in there. but there's no way enough hunting access, and we're only talking, I think we're talking 40 hunters to meet that threshold over 5.5 month season. That's doable. We have hundreds of licenses out there that, I mean, these folks are, they'd come in a heartbeat. And I mean, we use the same calculations for yearlings. It's close enough to the snowies. Right, and I do want to point out too, those type 1s, those are any elk, even during rifle. You can actually use that type 1, which is pretty unique in Wyoming. It's, people look at it as a bull license, but it's an any elk, and that is valid from October 1st till the end of January. And we did that because elk cause problems in Area 8. So, I mean, there's plenty of folks that, "Oh, I'm not going to get a bull. I'm going to go shoot a cow in December, January," but they don't have access. Access is a huge problem in Area 8. I kind of already talked about some of this, so I don't want to take up too much of your time. And I do want to touch a little bit on the AUM calculations. He's using different calculations than what we would use based on our scientific data on what elk consume. I just want to throw that out there.
Mr. President, so what are our AUMs? What would the calculations be?
I think it's in my PowerPoint. It's a standard that we use. I think he's pulling that back up.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I don't know what the AUM is. I know it's 12 pounds a day, I think is what they figure on.
Sorry, it should be in here, but it's based on how many pounds the elk eat per day.
I think
And
it's
far
12,
less than
but I can't confirm that.
I apologize.
I know in a feed yard, it's like 10 pounds a day, isn't it? We're feeding elk.
On feed grounds.
Yeah.
Range, its average is about 11, but it's
11
goes
pounds a
higher
day.
and lower depending on what's going on.
Commissioner Doobie, is your question related to the number of pounds of forage per AUM?
My question is relating to the fact that if this is an actual damage, what would we have paid based on our figures?
For this claim?
Yes. I'm
This
assuming
claim
you're saying
hasn't-
that because you're saying it would be less than that.
Well,
I don't see it on there anywhere.
I think he's asking the pounds per day that an elk eats, because that's typically in the stored crops, how we would calculate that. And it's in our damage manual, but I think it's 12 pounds. Yeah.
So. Okay, but still doesn't tell me what the difference would be.
yeah, so clarification. Mr. Brinegar. I think JT used 0.48. What would the department have used?
That's what I asked.
If the calculations are different, what would the department have used? If not 0.48,
Yeah. Can I
jump right in.
Commissioner Brokaw, this particular claim has nothing to do with AUMs. This claim is specific to stored hay and windrow hay. We're not considering AUMs as part of this claim.
Correct, but Pete's question was, what would the department's calculations be?
We don't know how to answer that because we did not determine AUM usage here. This is not It's based on daily intake of food. This is based on stored hay.
Tons of hay.
Correct.
So just straight poundage,
In this claim. Yes, sir.
what he claims he lost.
Correct.
You didn't miss anything.
Okay, thanks.
Keep pushing though. Wrap it up.
Okay. We done? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just briefly though. Okay. I've went way over my time on this. So,
So I just have a few points to address what Bill said. He has a lot of valid points about the landowner and the value the elk are to him. But I had a conversation with him prior to this appeal, and he knew I filed a claim on it. He was not opposed to me filing a claim on it. Maybe we need to have Mr. Clark on the phone, but he knew I sent in the claim. Before I appealed the claim, I told him that the claim had been denied. And I specifically asked him, I said, this is your property. I said, I lease your property. And I said, I respect that fact. I said, do you want me to appeal this claim or do you not? I went straight to him and asked him that question. Any of you commissioners can call this gentleman and he will tell you exactly what he told me. And he told me to appeal the claim. So he is not opposed to damages being paid, despite what Mr. Brinegar says. I'm not saying that maybe that conversation wasn't had between him and Mr. Brinegar previous to this, but he is 100% aware of the fact that I filed this claim and that I'm appealing this claim. He even offered to go as far as to pay half the attorney's fees if I wanted to hire an attorney on this claim. I told him, no, I do not want to hire an attorney to do this claim. I can handle it myself. I know the ins and outs of what I'm talking about. There's no point in taking it to that level. I told him I would come present the case, be honest about the facts. He does like the elk on his property, but he also knows that there has to be a balance between allowing hunters on the property and taking some elk. That's what I've documented. He is perfectly fine with that. So I think there's a little bit of discrepancy there between what I'm telling you and what Bill's telling you. And I guess if you have any questions, maybe we need to get Mr. Clark to tell you exactly what he has told myself and Mr. Brinegar, but I know what he has told me, and I'm telling you 100% the truth of what he told me. And that was to appeal the claim, and he would pay half the attorney's fees. So that said, Bill mentioned that those backyard materials that were sitting there that I had not utilized, and says I have more employees than most. It's all relative. I can have 300 head of cattle and do it myself, or I can have 2,000 head and have 4 or 5 employees, but we're still busy. I don't have an endless workforce to take care of jobs like putting up the stack yard without some sort of planning to do it and getting additional help to do it. And trust me, we work 70, 80 hours a week sometimes during different parts of the year. We don't sit around twiddling our thumbs. I can promise you that. You call up any one of my employees and they'll tell you, heck no, we do not physically have time to put up that material. I realize that, and that's why we reached out to a contractor. And it was kind of right after the COVID, and everybody's excuse was, COVID, we can't work, we can't do it, we're behind. But bottom line is it didn't get put up, but we were trying to get it put up. And we had to wait for that contractor to get there to put that material up, because I'm not going to deny it. I physically, myself and my employees did not have time to do it. So I think there's kind of a balance between what I'm saying and what maybe Bill's saying, but bottom line is this landowner will allow hunting. He is allowing hunting, and I am the one, or my employees, that are taking these people. And again, we can take people day in and day out, but it doesn't do a bit of good, because those elk are not on the property after we start hunting them very hard, except at night. They go on to the other landowner's property. So I can talk to you till I'm blue in the face, but it doesn't do a bit of good. So as far as actually getting the elk moved out, and Mr. Clark is not opposed to those elk being moved out, because he told us to hunt them and get them out of there to keep them out of the haystack. So I think if there's any question, maybe we should get Mr. Clark on the phone if you want to clarify where he stands on this position.
thank you.
That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. Okay, Commission, do we have any discussion before I call for see if there's a motion or anything?
Just, Mr. President, yes, please. Just for clarification, the department's denial is because of the statute that we didn't have enough hunter recruitment, hunter access to meet the statutory requirement.
Yes, Commissioner Grotto, that was part of it.
Just real quick, because this is important. It's not a statutory requirement.
Sorry,
It's a
regular
Commission regulation.
commission regulation. My apologies. Okay. And the other thing I'd like to say publicly is Bill is in a tough spot. These darn non-resident landowners that love their elk, but then lease it to the local guy. Bill's splitting hairs and JT's splitting hairs. JT's got to make a living. And for those of us in agriculture, our margin is so slim. I don't care whose land it is. That's JT's leased it. Hay's an asset. It's a property. I can't think of the word right now. I had it a minute ago. That's JT's property. Once he goes to the effort to grow that crop, store that crop, that's his personal property. The wildlife have damaged the property without question. I guess my question moving forward is we can't continue to just keep doing this. So how are we going to fix it? We're going to fence all the haystacks or we're going to keep buying hay. So that's where my mind's at, Commission, is which way are we going to go?
Well, my mind is everybody says it's a problem, but nobody wants to address the real solution. And I think the department's given a real solution, but they're coming up in too much, it's too convoluted for them to actually get anything done. I mean, it's going to be repetitive. And I think that the department has offered a solution. It's not being taken care. It's like, okay, here's your solution now, and that's not our solution. We're going to do it. And yeah, we're gonna allow some hunters here, but hunters here, we're gonna just do our own thing, which is their right as the landowners, I understand. But but we, as a commission, I believe that we gotta be cognizant on this kind of a thing that, yeah, until there's a solution, that we're just gonna have to keep doing it. But if they don't want a solution, because I haven't heard anybody want a solution. They just want the elk gone, but they want it done on their own little nuances. So, I mean, I agree. I mean, what are we going to do with our biologists and our wardens, and what do we do? And I get tons of damage claims all the time, and I am really hard on them because our department is being too nice because they know they have to be really, really nice. And so I come back and say, oh, why are you paying them this? Or why are you paying them that? And they're saying, well, that's what we just, we want to make sure we get along. We want to. So I don't know, we're just hamstringing we're beholden to different entities all around the state.
You're right, Mr. President. JT is just an example of the bigger problem, but JT's in a situation where his neighboring landowners don't allow access. And I'm really surprised that when I issued the Chapter 56 permit, and Matt's out there and he's gotten 3 elk with his new night vision at 2 o'clock in the morning, these elk are conditioned to avoid JT Nunn's property without a doubt. And I see that in our own valley. Those landowners that have allowed access, those darn elk are conditioned and they're staying in the safe place. But when JT's got the sweet honey feed, they're going to come get it at night. I mean, I don't know how to get around that management wise. I don't know how to get those out.
Mr. President, my problem with this claim is different than the first one. First one, he owned the land. And I think he's going to allow more hunting. I think he's going to make that. This particular property is not. And that landowner, I think he's at the wrong place. I think he should be trying to get the money from Mr. Clark for the hay, the elk that he's not allowing any hunting on to be eaten up by those elk. That's the difference I have in this thing. And supposedly Mr. Clark has said he is going to fence everything off. Did I hear that correctly? So hopefully he won't have to come back again. But I think there's the difference. I mean, we talk about not necessarily non-resident, there's resident landowners too that don't allow any hunting. And there's consequences for that. And I don't think we should be paying for those consequences. I think that's a tough pill to swallow, but you know, that's a property we don't have a chance. There's no way. We have no way of fixing that problem.
I agree. I don't think there is a way for us to fix it. It's too, I just wondered that, you know, I think Lisa's rights is 100% right. You know, I can see their point where somebody that leases the property, they have all, to me, it was kind of, I guess it would just depend on what the lease said as far as, you know, if it's just for hay or whatever, but it sounds like there is some access to there and, or allowed access for cows anyway, not bulls, but, yeah, I don't know what the legality is between, whoever's leased it. I'm assuming that's the same, you have the same, legal, remedies or anything that you would as if you owned it, so.
I think it should be viewed as, Mr. President, I think it should be viewed as an operation, not by land ownership. Because an operation leases that property, then that hay becomes his property. And I don't think you can split hairs where you store it. If it's on lease property or my home base, it's still my asset. It's still my operation. We've got to find a way to keep these private landowners solvent and keep doing what they're doing to support our wildlife.
I agree.
I don't have the answer, but we got to figure that out. So in regards to this damage claim, I hear you, Pete. So Mr. Nunn, is there a separation on this claim of hay on your property versus hay on Mr. Clark's property? I didn't see anywhere in here where that was.
No, I didn't
separated.
separate it out on the claim. I looked at it the same way. I was allowing hunters where I could on my property, down on his property. So there is hunting on his property. I think there's a little misconception on that, but, I did not separate it out because I feel like it's all my hay. And I feel like I'm doing my part to try to get hunters out there. And I realize, and I mean, I've tried working with Bill. I mean, it's a tough case for all of us, honestly. I mean, Bill and I have to get along. Mr. Clark and I have to get along. Bill and Mr. Clark have to get along. But Mr. Clark realizes this, you know, the elk added value to his property and he likes them, but he also realizes that they're a problem. And he's told me multiple times, we need to kill some cows down here. And that's why he's already, you know, he told me on the phone yesterday, because I called and told him I'm going to this appeal today. I was like, are you available if I need you? And he said, absolutely. And he told me, he's like, well, we've already killed 12 cows down here on the property. He's like, we're about done. He's like, it's time for you to start bringing in the guys that have asked you. He's willing to work with us. He's not one of those landowners that's saying no. So I think that needs to be pointed out is he sees the problem. And some landowners want to take money from other people, some don't. He's one that would rather do it himself if he can, but he did know Bill brought us material for the stack yard that we just put up. He did accept that. He didn't deny me taking that material to build that stack yard. And at that point, that's when he realized, this is a problem. We need to do something about it. And there was a text in my PowerPoint between him and Bill, telling Bill that he will do his part. So he's willing to work with us and come to a solution. But it's just a tough case. But again, it goes back to what I said on the other claim. You see it in Area 6, you see it in Area 8, you see it in many other areas. Hunting is not going to solve the problem. It may push them, and the next guy's going to have the problem, but ultimately they're going to be right back at you guys with the same problem that we're having. It goes beyond hunting.
We don't know if hunting does because we don't allow enough hunters. I mean, we don't know if that's a solution because we haven't allowed enough hunters to see if that worked. If you said, oh, we had a whole bunch of here and we did, and we hammered, and then it didn't work, then I'd be more opposed. But when you say, oh, we cherry pick here, cherry pick there, do such and such, oh, but then they'll come over, then we want to do it.
Well,
So we don't know actually if the hunters work or not, do we?
well, let's take a step back away from my operation and you look at the elk problem as a whole throughout the state. Are you telling me that throughout all the areas where I'm sure I'm one of probably a ton of people that come to you guys with this same problem? It's not
Yeah,
a
we
cherry,
see that problem a
it's not
lot.
a cherry picking problem. It's a problem that
But the
There's-
problem's always the same. It's always the same. It's always the same. It's always the same landowners, which I respect the landowners right 100%. But the problem is the same thing. We want all these elk, they're on our property, we want damages on it, but then when it all boils down to it, everyone I've been through on these damage claims, they haven't allowed hunters to go out.
in this case, he did.
Few, just very few.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question.
I don't know. I'm not
No,
gonna get into
we need to address this.
No, I don't need to address this.
Well,
I
that's
need-
what, yes, we do.
this is-
There is a point here that I think you guys need to see.
It's,
Okay, so there's 200 head of elk. We look at the recruitment, that was 30 head for every 200 head or for every 100 head of elk. Why should one landowner be responsible for that full recruitment? That would be the thing I think you guys should take a look at. There is myself and at least 2 other major landowners and then several smaller landowners. Why are they not part of this equation to help take care of the recruitment? Why is it just thrown on the one guy that comes to you guys that
well,
has
because we're only dealing with your situation. We're not dealing with their situation. Right in front of us today is you and your problem. That's it. And then we want to address this problem. We've got a good idea exactly, but it seems to me it's the same problem all the way around. And how we fix it, I don't know. But I'm
Okay,
just
so-
saying that's what we have. in
Yeah,
front of
right.
us.
And if all of my neighboring landowners came to you guys with a claim, you're gonna
They
tell
haven't.
them. But listen to my, if they do, they're gonna come to you and they're gonna have to take care of the same number of hunters that you're asking me to take care of for the same elk herd. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, so we take my 60 hunters, which is what Matt told me I would have to take for this 200 head of elk. He told me 60 hunters is what he told me in person when he came to talk to me when this claim was denied. So you tell myself I have to take 60. You tell my neighbor that he would have, if he filed a claim, he would have to take 60. And we go on down the list, pretty soon you got 5 landowners, you're at 300 hunters. You get to a point where there's not that many hunters out there. So that's my point. Hunting is not the answer. Ultimately, in the big picture of things,
But
hunting
they're
is not gonna solve the
filing the
problem.
claim.
What's that, sir?
But they're not filing the damage claim. They obviously they don't think it's a problem in their property because they're not allowing hunters to do it, or they're taking other remedies. But,
Well,
and we're just
might be-
kicking, I understand what I'm just, I need to move this along, and I'm sorry, we're just tit for tatting at this point, and I don't want to go there. So what I'm gonna do is, I gotta shut it down, and I gotta ask for any kind of motions to, see where we're, do I hear any motions?
Mr. President. Windrow hay is too hard for me to quantify. Stacked hay is easy to quantify. I move we award Mr. Nunn $15,502.50 for damage to stored hay.
How much?
15,502.50.
250. Okay, the motion is to award the claimant $15,502.50. Do I hear a second? Commissioner
Second
Byrd?
that.
Okay, it's been seconded
Have some
by,
discussion.
do we hear any kind of discussion?
Call for the question.
Call for the question. So. No discussion? Okay. All those all those in favor of awarding $15,502.50, please signify aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so I have 2 opposed and
Three opposed.
3 opposed. And
It's up to you.
3. Let's take a roll call vote. And Commissioner Ladwig, how do you vote?
Aye.
There's 1 aye. Commissioner Lundvall,
Nay.
nay. Commissioner Brokaw,
Aye.
Commissioner Jolovich.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Doobie,
Nay.
Commissioner Galen, you there?
Yes, and I'm a nay.
And it's a nay for me, so it's denied. So I'll break the tie and it's a nay. So, okay. All right, that's been denied on 22-154 on the damage claim bill. Okay, let's move on to we're gonna move to 7. Where do we want to? We can switch some, can we mix some?
We need to go to. We have to do,
9.
We have to do 9.
John's recommending 9.
have to do 9 and we have to do 11.
Okay, can we switch to agenda item number 9? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Roberts, Director Nesbitt, members of the commission. I have for your consideration today approval of a draft chapter 60 regulation governing greater sage grouse raised on private game bird farms. So I can make this pretty brief. Last year, during the 2022 legislative session, the legislature amended the statute authorizing sage grouse bird farms just slightly. It had a sunset date of 2022 in that legislation. The legislative body changed that to a sunset of December 31st, 2027. So we amended the regulation to follow that statute change. The only other change that's brought forward for your consideration today is another slight change in section 4. The previous draft version of this regulation allowed for no more than 5 game bird farm authorizations, and we are amending that to just 1 authorization, and that approval would be for the existing game bird farm that's currently permitted now. So changing the date from a 2022 sunset to 2027 expiration date to be in line with the statute, and then a change from no more than 5 certifications to 1 certification, and authorizing that certification to be the one that's permitted currently. So with that, I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
And this was, what was this done on the recommendation? I thought it was it the resource board or it was a legislative that got this moving on it? Was that correct?
So President Roberts, members of the commission, there was quite a bit of discussion when this bill was up in front of the legislature. There was a lot of discussion in the Travel, Recreation and Wildlife Committee. And from that discussion, we moved forward with the change in the number of game bird farms that the commission can authorize. So by statutory authority, you have the ability to set the number of game bird farm certificates that could be authorized. And based on the discussion that was had during that session, we felt it appropriate to bring forth a change to you to amend that from up to 5 game bird farms down to just 1 to authorize the existing game bird farm.
What was their reasoning for bringing it down?
Commissioner Roberts, members of the commission, there was a lot of discussion that was both in favor of the game bird farm program and quite a bit of opposition. And I think at the end of the day, it was felt that Existing game bird farm has shown some success and they should be allowed to continue. But I think that we made an agreement that we would modify our regulations to just allow them to continue the program rather than authorizing further game bird farms.
So.
I missed part of that. Chief King, did you talk about the legislative decision last year?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was out there.
I'm just. Don't know whether to call for. Motion or discussion. Oh, do I hear my blue sheets now or later?
You should do it now.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go to the blue sheet real quick. Jess Johnson.
Mr. President, members of the commission, I'm Jess Johnson with Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I'll keep this really brief. We were one of the organizations that fought really hard against the sage grouse farming regulations. Just are not regulations, but the legislation piece didn't fit within our mission, and we were really hoping to see that go away. So we're really happy to see that 5-year sunset. That being said, we're in huge support of this regulation change. We think it's a really good sense, middle of the road kind of thing to do to allow this farm to go forward, while also addressing some of the concerns that we continue to have with the farming of sage grouse in this state. But we are so thankful for the work and the leadership of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and this commission for sage grouse and the continuation of it. So thank you.
And Megan Riley.
Well, Mr. President, members of the commission, thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is Megan Riley with the Wyoming Outdoor Council. And on behalf of my organization, I wanted to commend the department and the commission for taking on the work to amend these regulations and oversee the game farms that we have in our state right now for sage grouse. And we would like to voice our wholehearted support for the department's edits to limit the number of game farms from 5 down to 1, and to limit the farms and operations to the one that's currently permitted. So we definitely support the department's position here and would like to see you supported as well. And if possible, I would like to ask the department if they could provide the commission and public with an update on the number of birds currently at the bird farm that's in operation and whether or not there was nesting success in the past year. And with that, I will stand for questions if you have any, or take the answer back in my seat.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions?
Nope.
Questions? Okay. You King.
President Roberts, members of the commission, in terms of providing specific information for the game bird farm and their existing program, they are required by statute to provide an annual report. They have to provide that report by April 15th of each year. So through a Chapter 1 request, anybody interested in that report could obtain the 2021 report, but that 2022 information's they're not required to submit that yet until April 15th. And so I would direct anybody interested in those specific, that specific information to wait till the report is submitted and then request that information through Chapter 1.
Any questions for Chief King? Okay, I'll be asking for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that we accept chapter 60 as presented.
It's moved by Commissioner Doobie,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to approve the greater sage grouse raised private. I did. Okay. Oh, well, I guess I could open up to, let me stop. I've heard the blue sheets, but I don't know, is there anybody from the public that needs to weigh in on the video? Sorry about that. Okay, hearing none, reinstate the motions from Commissioner Doobie and seconded by Commissioner Jolovich to approve Chapter 660 regulations governing greater sage grouse raised on private grain farms. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? It's approved. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. President.
Wait for a second. Next one could take a while. Which one are we doing?
I got you. Ready to make the motion. Okay, we're going to do a little backup real quick for Commissioner Lundvall to make a motion to, okay, so this will be the second part on our number 622 154. We need to do a little cleanup language and a cleanup motion from Commissioner Lundvall. What do you?
So, whoa, I move to vote to approve the department's denial recommendation for damage claim 22154, just so it's on the record that we have a clear decision one way or the other.
Do I hear a second?
I second that.
Second,
Good catch.
second by Commissioner Brokaw. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for your paying attention to that. You just, thank you for being a giant nerd. What goes next?
Okay, we need to go 11.
Okay, we're going to number 11. This is Doug, go ahead.
No break for you.
You need a break?
Pete does, but.
This might take a
President.
while.
Wait a sec.
This might take a while.
Use break. Does anybody need a break?
Oh, for God's sakes.
You said, go ahead. They're just being very.
Mr. President, members of the commission, Director Nesbitt, thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on our elk license allocation process. And I wanted to inform the commission that I had made some changes to this PowerPoint. So what's on your Chromebooks and stuff will not be the same as what I'm going to present, because I added some information on non-resident to resident licenses. And also, just to change things up a little bit, maybe I'll just talk about cutthroat trout instead of elk, just to kind of wrap up the day. So it might be a little bit easier on everyone, but anyway, we'll get started on this. So what I'd like to cover is the Wildlife Task Force recommendation, kind of recap where that's at and what the recommendation really includes. Talk through the 2022 and 2024 timeline that I referenced at the September Commission meeting. Give you an overview of the current license allocation, and then switch back to the non-resident regions and the quotas that our field managers. So we had all of our folks around the state develop a map that shows regions and quotas. And then finally, we'll wrap up with the next steps that we'll be looking at over the next half a year or so. And again, this goes into effect for the 2024 season. And so in order to do that, we've got to start a public process now. And so this is all about getting a proposal out there to our publics that helps them to understand what our regions are looking at and gives them plenty of opportunity to provide comment to the agency. So this is pretty much an informational step in that process today. So you remember the Wildlife Task Force made a recommendation to remove the 7,250 cap on non-resident elk licenses. They asked us also to establish and adopt regions for non-resident general elk license holders and implement a process for determining that non-resident general elk license quota that included consideration for the herd objectives, access to hunting opportunity, and resident hunter experience and the pressure. So we tried to encompass that as our field managers looked at this proposal and developed this proposal. So the timeline, as you remember from September, this is pretty much a repeat of that slide. We're here today at the November meeting to give you an overview of that outline, identifying the non-resident general elk license regions and the quotas. And this will basically kick off the public process, the public outreach that we're going to have for our publics. In January, we'll come back to you with an overview. Then again in April,
But in between there, that March time period, the season setting process, that's where our regions will have this proposal for each of their public meetings. So we can start officially getting that out to the public, besides the folks that are here today that have an interest. And there's also some folks online that have an interest in this as well. Next July, we'll come back to you with an updated chapter 44 that has that section 5. That's the part that ties directly to elk licensing and the removal of that 7250. And we'll also have the quotas and the non-resident regions more formalized in the July timeframe. And that, again, that's next July of 2023. Finally, in April of 2024, you'll have the chapter 7 elk regulation. Each April, you remember that we go through the big game hunting regulations. And so the final recommendations will be within that chapter 7 at that time. So the current non-resident license allocation works in a manner that's governed by chapter 44. And that includes that cap of 7,250 licenses. And in addition to that 7,250, the non-residents are limited to 16% of the limited quota licenses. And how that works, the total number of general licenses issued each year is the difference between the 7,250 cap and the total number of non-resident limited quota licenses issued. So just as an example, if we have 3,000 limited quota licenses for non-residents issued, there would be 4,250 general licenses available. So simply put, that would be the 7,250 minus 3,000, that leaves 4,250 general licenses available to be issued to the non-residents. And the 2019 to 2021 average general licenses issued has been 4,228, and that's in the initial draw. So there's 4,200 general licenses issued each year. So what our field managers did was they went back and looked at a lot of the numbers that were available for non-residents to participate in hunting. We looked at our map around the state, and they identified 13 non-resident general regions. These regions all include limited quota areas. So you'll see the crosshatched areas on this map. Those are all limited quota hunt areas within the state. And so we drew geographic boundaries around those areas that were tied to hunter densities, damage prevention, like you heard from the previous agenda items where landowners might have been concerned about some of the elk numbers. And also just the densities of hunters and our management objectives. Again, this draft map and quotas will be used to seek our public input for that 2024 time period for hunting seasons. So this is not for 2023. And again, I've been stressing to a lot of the folks that I've been talking to on the phone. I think a lot of our staff have been talking to publics and sportsmen around the state. But this is the initial proposal, and we'll go from here. And this is probably not going to be the exact proposal that we come forward with by the end after we get all the public feedback. We're interested in hearing from people from the public, and then we'll come back with something that's a little more firm. This is our starting point. So I'll go through each of the 13 regions so you can get a little bit of a sense of where we're at. So Eastern Wyoming has pretty much the whole eastern portion of the state. You can see some of the limit quota areas within that non-resident region. And basically there's very limited public land and access is limited, and elk populations are over objective. From 2019 to 2021, the average number of non-resident hunters was 190, and that's basically 10% of the total number of hunters that hunted in this area. And resident hunters accounted for about 1,700, or 90% of that total number of hunter numbers. And what we decided to do, or what the region worked on that they felt would be a reasonable approach to get a few more hunters in there, was a quota of 300 licenses. And that would be for non-resident general license hunters. Moving down to the south central part of the state, we have Shirley Basin, Iron Mountain, and the Snowy Range. Shirley Basin is all limited quota, so there's no non-resident quota to be identified for there. Iron Mountain, where you've heard from a number of landowners that have frustrations with elk numbers. The population's over objective, and management here focuses on trying to reduce damage and provide hunter opportunity. Again, access is pretty tough there. The 3-year average for non-resident hunters was 106. That's 20% of the total hunters that have participated in that area. And resident hunters accounted for 433 or 80%. And I should just back up and mention that how we derive that number is through the hunter harvest survey that we conduct each year. Each year we sample about 40,000 people that participate in the draw or that participate in our hunter survey. And it gives us about a 90% confidence level of what hunters participated in what areas. And so we took all those 40,000 plus respondents for the state, and with the area they reported they hunted first, that's the one we put them into and said that we had, in this case for Iron Mountain, we had 106 hunters average that reported their first area hunted. If we would have took all the areas they reported hunting, it would have inflated the number of non-residents within that area. So first area reported gives us a pretty good reflection of how many people were in that area as non-residents with general licenses from 2019 to 2021. The proposal for area, the eastern region is 200 licenses. And then again, you can reflect back on the average was 106. Shifting over to the snowy range, you can see there's a few limited quota areas and a few general license areas. Elk populations in this area are generally over objective as well. And the average number of non-resident hunters in that area is 270, or about 8% of the whole hunter numbers. Resident hunters constitute about almost 3,000, and that's 92% of the hunter numbers there. And the region came up with a quota of 300 licenses for that non-resident region. Switching to the north central part of the state, we have the Bighorns, which is primarily limited quota. Managers here really wanted to maintain a limited opportunity there because the hunter densities generally push those elk off onto private land. And so they had a lower proportion that they wanted to stay with in the initial proposal here. So you can see that the 3-year average was 89 non-resident hunters, that's 7%. Resident hunters, just over 1,200, that's 93%. And the initial proposal for that area is 50 non-resident licenses. Again, just an initial proposal from our folks. Switching over to Cody, the Epsiroka region. Elk populations there are managed for opportunity and to meet our population objectives. The non-resident hunter numbers there is 294. That actually ends up being about 26% of the total hunter numbers. Residents account for 840. That's 74% of the hunter numbers in that region. And so the region came up with a proposal of 325 licenses. Keep in mind, you look at this non-resident region, and really there's 4 different hunt areas that have general licenses. So it's 59, 60, I think that's 56, and then 66. Switching over to the Lander region, pretty much the central part of the state, and most of the western hunt areas within that region are general license. And again, they have their populations are pretty close to objective, or they're approaching being over objective. And in that area, they have an average non-resident hunter participation of 393, so almost 400, and that's 15% of the total hunter numbers there. Resident hunters, 2,300 basically, and that's 85%. And the proposed non-resident quota for that particular non-resident region is 400. Switching over to Southwest Wyoming, we got the Sierra Madre, West Green River, Uinta, and the desert regions. Sierra Madre is a really high public opportunity area, and the population is over objective there, but we have a real high opportunity, and a lot of resident and non-resident hunters go there.
That 3-year average for non-residents is 650. It's 15%. The resident hunters account for about 3,800. And the proposed non-resident region there is 650. Switching over to West Green River, the hunt areas 102, 103, and 104. Elk populations are managed to maintain the population objective and that hunter opportunity. They have an average of 300 non-resident hunters in that area. That accounts for about 13% of the hunter numbers that are there. Resident hunters, 1,900, so that's 87%. And the region is proposing that we take out this to the public at 300 licenses. Again, that's the West Green River area, this area up here. You enter the extreme southwest corner of the state, another 300 areas there. That area we're primarily managing for landowner and landowner satisfaction and hunter opportunity. We have an average number of non-resident hunters of 93. That constitutes about 7% of the total hunter numbers there. Resident hunters make up about 1,300, 93%. And the region is looking at a quota of 100 licenses for non-residents in that area. The desert, which is one of the premier areas, a lot of demand, a lot of interest in that area. That's all limited quota, so it'll still be maintained with that 16% for non-resident opportunity in the initial draw. The last two that I have to cover are the Jackson and Pinedale regions. So Jackson goes from Star Valley all the way to Yellowstone, and then along the Continental Divide up here in the wilderness. Elk populations are managed to maintain population objective and balance with hunter opportunity. And again, if you remember from some of the previous season setting meetings, we have migratory elk, we have low calf ratios in a portion of the area, we have higher productivity in some of the central portion of it where the animals are on subdivisions. And so it's balancing that hunter opportunity, but maintaining our elk numbers in that area as well. The average number of non-resident hunters in there is 1,100, and that's 26% of the total hunter numbers. Resident hunters, about just over 3,000, that's 74%. One thing I'll say about these remote areas is that when I started with the agency, pretty much everybody that I would talk to that would drive from other parts of the state to hunt, because elk hunting wasn't that good 30 years ago in a lot of the eastern areas, a lot of people brought horses and hunted backcountry areas. And what we're seeing is a shift towards people hunting near roads with ATVs and side-by-sides. We really lost a lot of those people that would go to the backcountry to hunt. And so that's why you'll see that there's a pretty high number of non-residents in this areas. The resident hunter numbers have really dipped off in some of this portions of the state. And I think you'll hear from some of our public here today that some of those hunters that historically hunted backcountry north of Jackson, they're shifting into these more areas where they can drive to and there's no grizzly bears. And so there is some concern from our constituents about where these boundaries are drawn and trying to manage those hunters in an appropriate way. Because we still have higher densities that shift into some areas of that area. There's also discussions hearing from some of our publics that our boundaries should be broader or bigger, because that gives people more opportunity where they can go and be less restrictive. So we're going to hear a little bit from both sides on that. And and then back to the proposed for that Jackson non-resident region is 1,300. In the Pinedale region, elk populations are managed to maintain the population objective, balanced again with that hunter opportunity. Keep in mind in Pinedale, a lot of the opportunity, there's some limited quota areas as well. So it's not quite the same as Jackson in terms of the numbers of non-residents that you have within those areas. And so their non-resident average during that same time period is 358. That's 12% of the total hunter numbers. Resident hunters around 2,600, and that's 88% of the total hunter numbers. The proposal for the Pinedale region is 400 licenses. A couple more slides. So what we ended up with for our regional managers' recommendations is 13 non-resident regions. And what I did here in this columns, you'll see the quota and what the averages were over time over the last 3 years for those same areas, for just a comparison's sake. Keep in mind, so the quota that the region's recommending is 4,300 compared to 38. But you can see down here that typically the average number of non-resident general licenses issued is 4,200. And the number issued is actually a little bit higher than what actually hunted, because we always have people that ask for a carryover or they get a refund. And in last year, 2020, we actually refunded about 150, almost 150 licenses that non-resident hunters couldn't make it to hunt, or there was something going on with the Mullen Fire down by Pinedale or down by Laramie. So there is a number of people that seek some sort of refund or a reimbursement of their license. And the average, I think, and Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's usually about 150 or 140 people that are asking for some level of change to their license structure. So that's the difference between, you'll see the app, what's issued and what actually reported going out to the field. So our next steps, comments will be accepted via email to the Casper Regional Office. And of course, the address is typically posted with our draft regulations online. Been talking with Nish and some of our communication folks, and we're going to create a link on the department website later this week, so people can just log into the department's website and provide comments to us online. And these regional proposals that I just presented to you by those regions will be used in our March meeting, so the public can have an opportunity to provide some comments on those proposals. And then finally, we'll come back to you and give you an update as we move forward with these proposals from the field, and let you know where these proposals are at. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Mr. President, I have a question for Chief Bremer. So in your 2019 to 2022 average of 4228, then in your proposed 13 region, it'll go up to 43 something. Will that increase in licenses available to non-residents be additional hunters on the landscape, or will that number come off of resident opportunity?
Be totally additional. When you look at really the only region right now that has a much of an increase is the eastern regions and Iron Mountain. And then Jackson had a little bit of an increase based on what they feel the management objectives are there. There'll be no change to the resident opportunity, because that's all on an at-will, and residents have more flexibility in that.
I thought so, but our email indicates that's not the case, and I just wanted it publicly stated that, that's additional opportunity. Residents are not getting a loss of opportunity at all.
No loss for residents. This is really an opportunity for us to steer some of that hunting pressure for non-residents to those areas. We know that access is difficult. And there's growing elk populations. And we hear from landowners all the time that something needs to be done to help address some of those problems. And we feel this is an opportunity to move in that direction, because we can set a quota for a specific geographic area like Iron Mountain that's quite a bit higher than what it typically experiences.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We have some blue sheets from that want to weigh in. Steve Gilly. Want to say something?
Mr. President, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. So the getting rid of the 7250 quota and changing the regions has been going on for a lot of years now. And I've pushed back against that since I first moved to Wyoming, but it appears I've lost that battle. Okay. So we'll move on to making regions. The first thing I'll say is as a resident hunter, I represent nobody other than myself and a Wyoming resident hunter, no organization. You're correct, Commissioner Brokaw, that it might not be residents losing opportunity at licenses, but they're definitely getting increased pressure
Sure.
So if my recommendation would be no increase in the number of non-resident licenses in any region other than perhaps ones that are dominated by private land, where the general public had limited access to actually hunt those places. When this whole thing was first proposed, it was, we need to manage these herds. The herds are beyond objective and we need to control them. That's fine. And the problem largely existed in areas that were dominated with private land. Okay. I could see increasing non-resident general licenses in areas that are dominated by private land, but in areas that are dominated by public land, yeah, you're not taking away a resident license, but you're absolutely adding more pressure. And as a guy who drives to the trailhead in the morning, one truck at the trailhead besides mine is more than I want to see, but I know I don't own the land, so I got to share it with everybody else. And when I see some of these increases, particularly for some of these areas that are dominated by public land, and I see that we're just going to add some more people to it, add more non-residents to it, that makes my blood boil. There's certain areas where I get it. Iron Mountain, I get it. I don't hunt that area. I don't know a whole lot about it, but it appears that it seems like it's an awful lot of private land. I get that. That maybe makes sense. Even some of the Jackson units, those wilderness areas that very few residents put that amount of effort that it is required to go in there. And possibly there's some opportunity for increased opportunity for non-residents in some of those areas. Where they would potentially hire an outfitter who has the resources to get them back there. I get that, but in the areas like the Snowies, the Sierra Madres, Pinedale, and I see increases, and in my opinion, a big increase, 50 licenses in the Pinedale region, 50 extra licenses over what that 3-year average has been, seems substantial to me. So my recommendation going forward, and this is what I'll advocate for with these regions, is that we do not increase, not on day one, over what we've seen in the last 3-4 year average. That seems to be the biggest pushback that most of the general Wyoming public has, is that now we're just going to dole out more licenses to non-residents for general. And so I'm going to have more pressure because residents isn't changing. We didn't change the allocation to 90-10. So the resident general hunter is still going to remain the same, if not probably grow. Now we're just going to dump more people on top of that. So my recommendation is we start at that last 3-year average and see how that works before we start increasing licenses from there. That good question?
Question? Thank you. Great. Heiner.
Doug's presentation kind of clarified a lot of my questions and concerns. Yeah, I just like to see us get this started off in the positive right direction, and before it goes to stone that we do it the right way. But I definitely think that we need to go to the region deal for the elk, and I think it's a real positive direction for the state.
You're saying move forward on what we're looking at now.
Yes. I there's some of the geographical lines I would like to see, kind of change a little bit, but I think as a start, this is in the process. I think we're in great direction.
Thank you. Braden?
I just agree with Trey. I think that we're on a good start. I think there's some geographical things that need to be changed, but other than that, everything else.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, I'll do the call to the public, the blue sheets. Is there anybody from on the video or? Okay. And who? Are they online yet? Are they there?
Yeah, I've asked them to unmute.
Who? Name? Oh, do we have a name for who's on? SNS? Okay, are you there?
Hello, President.
SNS?
President, fellow commissioners, Director Nesbitt. My name is Cy Gilliland. I'm the current president of the Wyoming Outfitter Guides Association, also a member of the task force that worked on this for the last year and a half. I would just like to commend the department for taking this effort forward as far as they have so far. Obviously, there's some work that needs to be done on quotas and regional lines, that sort of thing, but we speak in favor of moving forward with this proposal to the next level.
Thank you, Zach. Buddy. Okay, thank you. Okay. Hinder. Okay, who do we have on there? Kinder, are you there?
Sorry, it's logged in as my wife, but this is Brandon Coons with Yellowstone Outfitters. But I'd have to agree with Trey and what those guys said and Cy. I think maybe some of the lines need to be tweaked a little bit. But other than that, I'm glad to see this move forward.
Okay,
And with that, that's about all.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Is that it? Okay, anybody from the audience want to say anything or? Okay, well, thanks, everybody. That was just a informal presentation, so we'll go to the next thing, which is going to be number 10 for the license section manager and the special license allocation for Jennifer.
Commission President, Director Nesvik, members of the commission, I'm Jennifer Doring. I'm the license section manager, and I'm here to present the special license allocation, which is the 2 antelope hunt events that the commission may award for up to 3 years. And this year we had 4 applicants who submitted applications. We had the Armed Forces Initiative of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers out of Missoula, Montana. We had the Dallas Safari Club of Wyoming, located in Casper, Wyoming. We had the One Shot Antelope out of Lander, and the Wyoming Women's Foundation, which is a member of the Community Foundation, submit applications. So because we had 4 applications, the department convened a panel of division chiefs for the Fiscal Division, Wildlife Division, Fish Division, and we had the deputy chief from the Services Division come in and review all 4 of those applications. And they recommended moving forward the 2 event hunts were the One Shot Antelope out of Lander and the Wyoming Women's Foundation Antelope Hunt out of the U-Cross out of Hewlett. And with that, those are the 2 that they recommended. But at this time, I asked for you to approve the 2 antelope hunt events for up to 3 years. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
And which 2 did you say?
The One Shot Antelope Hunt out of Lander, Wyoming, and the Wyoming Women's Foundation, which is the women's hunt out of Hewlett, out of the U-Cross Ranch.
U-Cross, not Hewlett.
U-Cross, sorry about that.
But to not approve the other 2? But not approve the other 2?
Commission President, that's correct. By statute, it allows for 2 antelope event hunts, allocating 160 licenses, 80 licenses to each of those groups. So the department brought forward the recommendation of those 2 organizations at this time.
Okay. Any questions? Mr. Brokaw.
Clarification, 80 tags to each group or up to 80 tags?
Commission President, Commissioner Brokaw, up to 80 tags per organization.
And could you clarify the years up to, you said up to 3 years. Does that mean we're locked in for 3 years or just the 1 year?
Commission President, The commission may approve those for up to 3 years. You could choose to approve them for less than that, but in the past, the last time we brought it in 2019, the commission did approve those two organizations for 3 years.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Okay,
approve for 3 years, the two organizations, 80 licenses apiece.
okay, it's been motioned by Commissioner Jolovich to approve the licenses as the recommendation of the department. Up to 3 years, so 3 years, is it
3 years.
for 3 years? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ludwig. Any discussion? Yes.
As I sit on committees that would directly reflect on one of these, I need to recuse myself from the vote.
So we'll do that. Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Commissioner Byrd?
The loser.
And there?
Generator ran out of gas.
Must be diesel.
Is it diesel?
Um, did you hear that? Commissioner Byrd, did you hear what the motion was to approve it? Okay. Okay, the motion is carried with Commissioner Lundvall abstaining from the vote, so it wouldn't matter. So I don't know, record if she can maybe well, it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't want to break.
You're good, Mr. President.
Okay, at that point, this is going to conclude the public session for the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission today. We're going to resume tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Executive session, and then we'll move into the public session. All right. Need to take a motion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lundvall, motions to
8 o'clock.
conclude tonight, second by Commissioner Doobie. We'll conclude till 8 o'clock tomorrow. It's like
6 o'clock.
at least I didn't get oh, hell no.
I think the room
No,
Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting hangry.
It's just, it's like,